671. Sword Immortal eldest brother's cottage had almost no visitors throughout the year. However, the sages of the three sects would often be visited by sword cultivators. For example, Cho Miao would often discuss economic strategies with the scholarly sage. The gentlemen and sages of the scholarly right sage and secondary sage were all familiar with Sword Immortal Cho Miao. In his early years, Pang Yuanji would often discuss Buddhism with the Buddhist sages to understand the righteousness of the Zen cases. It wasn't just Cho Miao and Pang Yuanji. Ordinary sword cultivators were also willing to go to the two ends of the city to chat with the sages. In Ah Liang's words, he wanted to get in touch with the immortal Buddha Qi and the great spirit of the sages. In other worlds, these great figures with great magical powers were not easy to meet. Only the Daoist sage at the highest point of the sky screen cultivated tranquility. Therefore, he had the least visitors. Usually, it was the sword immortals who had nothing to do. They would ride their swords and ask about the local customs of the world. Today, above the sea of clouds, the old Daoist placed a horsetail whisk across his knees to clear away the heat. However, only the white jade handle of the whisk was left. It was both an immortal weapon and a natal item. The sages of the other two sects were in a similar situation. They had created the Golden River 3 times and helped the Great Wall of Sword Qi divide the battlefield. If they didn't pay a price, they would think that the sovereigns of the wilderness were useless. The old Daoist opened his eyes and looked over. Alliance had arrived. The old Daoist could only force himself to be more alert. That fellow seemed to be in a bad mood. He probably didn't get anything out of Sword Immortal eldest brother. Alliance lay on the sea of clouds and punched a small hole in the sea of clouds. It was just enough to see the outline of the city. Then, he took out a handful of ordinary stones that he had picked up from somewhere and gently threw them down one by one. The strength of each throw was different. Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan, who was napping in the corridor, heard the sound of stones knocking on the roof. A female sword cultivator who was grooming herself in front of a mirror also heard the sound of a stone knocking against the curtain. A young sword cultivator from Yuhu Street, who was practicing his sword in the courtyard, jumped in fright when his sword tip was hit by a stone. At a table in a wine shop, an old sword cultivator was scolding someone. When a stone appeared in his wine bowl, he immediately changed from scolding to praising someone. His actions were as smooth as water, without any sluggishness. The old Daoist was not surprised by this. 100 years ago, there were many things that were even worse. Once upon a time, there was a pair of immortal couples who were in the middle of a romantic night. However, there was a slight movement on the roof, and the tiles rippled slightly. The next moment, there was another subtle movement elsewhere, as if someone had realized that their whereabouts had been exposed, and immediately fled far away. The man was furious. He put on clothes and barefoot, and with a sword in his hand, he leaped onto the wall of the courtyard. He discovered that there was a residual ripple in one of the houses, so he chased after it with his sword. However, he did not expect that over there was also a pair of Taoist couples who were about to be intimate with each other. As soon as the man went out, he saw that guy who had a brain cramp for no reason. Without saying anything, he first cursed the other party's 18 generations of ancestors, and the two sides fought fiercely. At that time, above the sea of clouds, there was a man who was like this, sticking out his butt and watching the show. Alliance clapped his hands. With a flip of his palm, he smoothed out the sea of clouds. The old Daoist asked a question that he had always been curious about. Alliance, whether it's a cultivator like me or a sword immortal here, I'm old and have little interest in worldly matters outside of cultivation. How do you do it? How can you be so bored all the time? The more one wanted to find a cultivator who could walk on the great Tao, the more one would be willing to concentrate on cultivation. Moreover, it was natural to cultivate immortal techniques without any distractions. Alliance leaned back and lay on the sea of clouds, crossing his legs. After painstakingly cultivating for immortality, what can we do? This was a question with an extremely high threshold. He could not talk about this with ordinary Qi refinement warriors, and even more so with the local sword immortals here. However, there was still something to talk about with the old Daoist. After all, This Daoist Jiao Zhen was the first disciple of the sect master of the Qing Mingtian world, and also the city lord of the Beko Keikyang building. The great heavenly lord of the inverted hanging mountain was of the same seniority as him, but his Dao cultivation was still inferior. The old Daoist smiled and said, "I don't have long to live." Alliance sat up and threw an item to the old Daoist. It was in the shape of a Daoist token. Chen Pinggan entrusted Alliance to pass it to the old Daoist. It was shaped like a long wooden paperweight and was extremely light in the hand. It was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, and ancient talismans. There was a line of words engraved on it: "The marshal has ordered to bestow a ruler to slay demons. Follow your heart and destroy mountains. Hurry and order." The old Daoist took the token and calculated with his fingers. He nodded and said, I understand. It should be." Alliance smiled and said, "Can you really calculate it?" The old Daoist nodded. "The general meaning is clear." Alliance then told the old Daoist the details through telepathy. The old Daoist remembered them one by one. "I'll inform the inverted hanging mountain later." Apart from divination and deduction, this old Daoist immortal was also proficient in the Mohist's thinking skills and Buddhism's karmic enlightenment. The old Daoist looked troubled. "Alliance, I have a presumptuous request." Alliance smiled and said, "It's a small matter." The old Daoist stood up and bowed respectfully. His etiquette was not small. Alliance could only stand up and return the greeting with his fists. The old Daoist looked around and no longer deliberately restrained the chi ripples above the sea of clouds. He sighed and said, "After all, a few people have a real deer but don't dream of being a fish all day long. When the day has passed, one's life will also decrease. What joy is there in not having enough fish in the water?" The Buddhist sage smiled and said, "The night is quiet and the water is cold. Fish don't eat. Why would one be happy for nothing? The ship is empty and the moon is bright. How can one not be happy?" The scholarly sage nodded and said, "Shaking my clothes in the dust, I can still see the branches of the flowers full of spring. Standing in the mud, isn't it also the heart of the sky and the moon full?" Alliance pretended to understand and nodded gently. Then, he racked his brains and forced out a sentence. "What day is it today to meet such a good person?" The eldest sword immortal sneered and said, "Alliance, you should leave some face for the scholars." Alliance laughed. "Why is the eldest sword immortal praising me again? Doesn't he know that I'm the thinnest person in the Great Wall of Sword Chi?" The sword immortal Cho Miao suddenly took the initiative to take over the power. He said that during the time when the hidden official was not in the Summer Palace, he would be in charge of all the affairs of the hidden official. All the sword cultivators in the Summer Palace had no objections. The sword immortal Cho Miao was trustworthy. His realm, character, and methods were all outstanding. He was recognized as the second in command of the hidden official. Without Chen Pinggan around, Cho Miao could only shoulder the burden. Jiyu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Cao Gun, and Shenshen, these four fellows were appointed by Dong Buji as the hidden official's four lackeys. It was inevitable that they would be worried. After spending all these years together, they were used to the hidden official sitting in that position. No matter how dangerous the situation was on the battlefield, even if Chen Pinggan did not say anything, they would feel more at ease. From the looks of it, the young hidden official would not return to the Summer Palace in the short term. As Chen Pinggan's direct disciple, Guo Zhujiu only asked the sword immortal Cho Miao if her master had secretly gone to kill Ascendant Realm great demons again. The sword immortal Cho Miao could not say clearly. He only knew that Chen Pinggan had gone to Old Def's prison. The sword immortal Cho Miao even said that he would treat them to wine and would not return until they were drunk. Other than Lin Junbai, who had already returned home, and the hidden official who had left his post, all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage had gone to the wine shop in Stacked Mountain. Deng Liang and the other sword cultivators knew that the sword immortal Cho Miao had brought forward the farewell wine. Once the war began, the hidden official's lineage, which had fewer and fewer sword cultivators, would only become more and more busy. It would be an extravagant hope for them to drink wine to send the four of them off. What a coincidence! Ning Yaro, Chen Sanqiu, Yang Zue, Dong Huafu, and Fan Dash were also drinking wine at the shop. Actually, other than Dong Bubu and Guozhujiu, the hidden official's lineage had not interacted much with the sword cultivators of the small mountain. Seeing Dong Bubu, the young master of the Chen family, who had been talking loudly with the customers at the neighboring table, was no longer a playboy. He was so reserved that he looked like a young man who was secretly drinking for the first time. Dong Huafu wanted to say something but stopped. Dong Bubu glanced at his younger brother who wanted to speak up for justice. Dong Huafu could only obediently shut his mouth. He then looked at Chen Sancho, who was almost hiding his face in the wine bowl, and felt guilty for the first time. He would not let Chen Sancho pay for the wine today. He would let Fan Dash pay for it. Miu, who was sleeping soundly amidst the clouds, Wu Chengpei, who was sitting on the city wall, Pang Yuanji, who was drunk at most, and Chen Sancho, who was pushing the wall after drinking. They were all famous handsome men in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After the hidden official's lineage led by the sword immortal Chou Miao sat down, the atmosphere of the wine shop became a little strange. There was much less noise. Firstly, Chou Miao was quite famous. He was the youngest sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi's upper 5 realms. He had outstanding achievements in battle and had followed Alliance to travel to the wilderness. Secondly, Luo Zhani and Xu Ning were sword cultivators who picked up money. They were famous for being unsociable. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, their status was similar to that of a border army scout in a secular dynasty. They were vaguely superior to ordinary sword cultivators. And now, the hidden official's lineage had more authority than any of the hidden official's sword cultivators in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They knew more about the inside story. No one liked to have their secrets written down on paper for others to read. Lastly, there was another key reason. It was Pang Yuanji's existence. The previous hidden official, who was also Pang Yuanji's master, Xiao Chuo, chose to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the most dishonorable way. She even took 2 sword immortals, Luo Shan and Zhu, and Xiao Chuo left behind the lonely Pang Yuanji. It was as casual as how she left behind the hidden official's jade token. And when Pang Yuanji went out of the city to fight, he was always scared but not in danger. As a first-rate genius, he was not targeted by any great demon. This made people think more about it. There were a lot of sword cultivators in the hidden official's lineage. Therefore, Stack Zhong personally helped to put together 2 tables. 2 people shared a long bench. Luo Zhani glanced at Ning Yarrow intentionally. Ning Yarrow's thoughts moved slightly. She glanced at Luo Zhani. Guozhujiu asked for a serving of soju wine. Stack Zhong specially brought a small pot of rice wine for the little girl. Guozhujiu disliked drinking this kind of wine that was jokingly called young ladies' wine. It was not generous at all. If she wanted to drink, she would drink the soju wine that was just drink without talking. Stack Zhong smiled and said that this was her master's idea. She could only drink this when drinking here. Guozhujiu immediately changed her mind. After the wine shop's business expanded, other than the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven's wine, they also sold soju wine. Later on, they even introduced a type of rice wine. The soju wine that was named Mute Lake wine by the second shopkeeper was not worried about sales. Both the rich and the poor liked it. The price was low and the taste was heavy. It was worthy of being called Shaodao wine. However, the soft rice wine could not be sold at a high price. Stack Zhong was even more worried that he could not sell it at all. The women of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would not lose to men as long as they drank. They always liked to drink hard liquor. If the wine shop was trying to attract female customers, it would definitely be disappointed. At that time, Chen Pinggan did not mention the specific reason. He only said that the rice wine was a small business that was just icing on the cake. Even if they lost money, they would not lose much. He was familiar with the Osmanthus Island ferry in Old Dragon City, so he asked someone to help him bring back some rice wine from his hometown. It would not cost much. Reality proved that it was impossible for the second shopkeeper to lose money when doing business. Those who were not single would bring back a few pots of rice wine before they returned home drunk. They would tell their families that the wine came from the vast world's Aquarius continent and that it came from the young hidden official's hometown. They would also swear that the second shopkeeper patted his chest and promised that the wine would nourish the appearance of women who drank it. Sometimes, a woman would laugh and ask, "Do you believe me?" The man would be resentful. The second shopkeeper's lies could not be taken off the table. This was a well-known fact in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, the women would still laugh and drink. As a result, the female sword cultivators who often came here to drink only drank rice wine later. Guozhu Ju went to his mistress's table to toast. After a round, a pot of glutinous rice wine was gone. Ning Yaro could not stop Guozhu Ju. Guozhu Ju staggered back to his table as if he was drunk. Ning Yaro and the others drank enough and left together. Fan Dash paid the bill. Now that he had more money, he did not need to borrow money from Chen Sancho. Ning Yaro asked Stack Zhong to order Guozhu Ju. Guozhu Ju drank too much and fell asleep on the table. She could not hold her liquor, but she could make up for it with her drinking skills. When the little girl drank too much, she would just sleep and not make a fuss. Cho Miao smiled and said, "There are some words that were not suitable to be said in the Summer Palace. But now, we can say them." Cao Gun stood up shakily and raised his wine bowl first. He said, "Pang Yuanji, Qi Shou and Jiao Yi have both reached the nascent soul realm. If you are still inferior to them in the upper 5 realms, I will scold you." Pang Yuanji did not drink much. He stood up with a smile and clinked his wine bowl. "Scold me first. If you are wrong, I will scold you back when we meet again." Cao Gun looked at Pang Yuanji and shook his head. "Pang Yuanji, in my heart, you and the hidden official are both promising. I hope that many years later, when I raise my head, I will be able to see the highest point in the world. There is both the green-robed swordsman Chen Pinggan and the white-robed sword immortal Pang Yuanji." Pang Yuanji smiled helplessly. "I am inferior to the hidden official." Both sides downed their drinks in one go. Xu Ning and Xian Can said, "Focus on the matter, not the person." Xian Can drank as well. "Well said." Song Gaoyuan drank a bowl of wine by himself. He crossed his leg and stepped on the bench. "Unfortunately, I can't guard the Great Wall of Sword Chi as the hidden official's sword cultivator. Otherwise, it would be very interesting. In retrospect, we foreigners, young bullshit geniuses, are really asking for a beating." Jiyu Jianlong said, "Allow me to say something fair. The one who is asking for a beating the most is Lin Junbai, who is the youngest and the fastest to break through." Wang Xinshui nodded. "Allow me to say something. Actually, Lin Junbai is the most obedient to the hidden official." Jiyu Jianlong said regretfully, "If Lin Junbai were to wear a woman's skin, he would be much more outstanding than the hidden official." Dong Bude smiled. "Wrong. Lin Junbai doesn't need to change his appearance. He just needs to wear a woman's clothes." Everyone agreed. Dong Bude said, "If Junbai were to be drunk, his face would be red and he would be like a little bird next to the hidden official. TSK, TSK, TSK. It would be beautiful." Chang Taiching shuddered. He quickly poured himself a bowl of wine and picked up some salted vegetables. He shuddered again. Calm down, calm down." Cho Miao smiled. "Are you bullying the hidden official and Lin Junbai because they are not here?" Deng Liang suddenly said, "Did we forget someone?" The table was silent for a moment. Then, they burst into laughter. Of course, it was the Great Sword Celestial, Miu, who had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and then rushed to the inverted mountain. Pang Yuanji was reserved when it came to drinking, but he drank a lot. The young man was in a daze. For some reason, he felt that the hidden official's lineage was lively and not bad. They drank for a long time. They returned to the Summer Palace together. Luo Zheni carried Guozhujiu on his back and walked side by side with Dong Bude. Deng Liang slowed down and came to their side. Luo Zheni wanted to leave but was stopped by Dong Bude. Deng Liang did not argue and went straight to the point. "Miss Dong, I like you." Dong Bude's eyes were clear. "I don't like you." Deng Liang nodded. "I know." Deng Liang paused for a moment. His expression was carefree and his eyes were sincere. He smiled. "I know Dong Bude likes Deng Liang, but Deng Liang is afraid that Dong Bude knows that Deng Liang likes Dong Bude." Dong Bude was a little helpless. Since Deng Liang was so impolite, she would not be polite either. After all, she had tolerated Deng Liang for a long time. The Summer Palace's meeting hall is the size of a palm. I'm not a fool. Of course, I can tell that you like me. Not only that, I know that you can't control your eyes. You don't dare to peek at Luo Zhenyi's face, so you keep staring at Luo Zhenyi's back. Deng Liang had nothing to lose. I'm not the only one looking at Luo Zhenyi. Didn't Wang Xinshui look? Didn't Chang Taiqing look? Luo Zhenyi was a beautiful woman with an extremely cold expression. At this moment, her face was as cold as ice. She suddenly smiled. It was difficult to pretend to be angry. These were all trivial matters. Dong Bude had spoken to her in private. What could two women not say? What could they not say? Dong Bude said that Chou Miao's figure was actually very good. He looked thin in clothes, but he was actually very muscular. Dong Bude asked Luo Zhenyi if she had touched him before. Even if she had not touched him before, she should have seen him before. Luo Zhenyi respected Chou Miao very much. She saw him as a brother and did not allow Dong Bude to make fun of him. Dong Bude also said that although Cao Gun was still a young man, his small face was actually quite handsome. He would definitely be an elegant young master in the future. Especially his elegant language, which was naturally soft and pleasing to the ear. When spoken by Cao Gun, it was even clearer. He would often speak some local dialect. What he said and what he did not say, he would chew and chew. Great Qing dynasty. In the future, when he was with his immortal Dao companion, under the moonlight, he would call her name intimately and lift her chin with his finger. It would definitely be very charming. At this point, Dong Bude was about to lift Luo Zhenyi's chin. He imitated Xu Ning's voice and called her Zhenyi, Zhenyi. Luo Zhenyi was so embarrassed that she blushed, which made her even more charming. At first, Luo Zhenyi did not pay attention to Cao Gun's voice. After being reminded by Dong Bude, it seemed to be true. Every time she saw Dong Bude holding her chin with one hand and making small talk with Cao Gun, Luo Zhenyi found it funny. Dong Bude also showed her a booklet. It was full of words from the brothels and marriage books. The women were those fox immortals, beautiful ghosts, and flower goddesses, while the men were those destitute scholars. There were many sentences that were really unbearable to look at. What about small waists? It made the men look like herons standing on the beach. If they were hugged, even if they did not die, their souls would be destroyed. Luo Zhenyi only read one page and was too embarrassed to turn the page. She only felt that the booklet was too hot. She twisted the corner of the booklet and threw it back to Dong Bude. Luo Zhenyi suddenly felt a little envious of Deng Liang. At this moment, after being interrupted by Dong Bude, Deng Liang lost the heroic spirit that he had painstakingly accumulated. Moreover, as Deng Liang said, today's words were just to let Dong Bude know. Deng Liang clasped his fist and said, "Miss Dong, when you get married in the future, you must send me a marriage invitation. If the man is a sword cultivator, I want to challenge him to a sword." Dong Bude just smiled and did not say anything. Deng Liang turned and strode away to catch up with Jiyu Zhenlong and the others. In the end, he was elbowed by Wang Xinshui and Chang Taiqing. Luo Zhenyi joked softly, "Deng Liang is actually not bad." Dong Bude smiled and squinted her eyes. "How do you know if Deng Liang is good or not?" Luo Zhenyi was helpless. She walked slowly with Guozhujiu on her back. The little girl carried the small bamboo box that was always by her side. Dong Bude knew why Luo Zhenyi rushed to carry Guozhujiu first. Some words could be said as a joke. Nothing was taboo. But some words could not be said. Fan Dash went home alone. His footsteps were staggering. He drank and missed his sweetheart. Dong Huafu was strolling. Along the way, he saw things and food that he liked. He put them on young Master Chen and Fatty Yang's tab. On the other side of Tai Xiong Street, Chen Sanchio was squatting at the foot of the wall. He leaned his head against the wall and gently knocked it. He muttered, make way, otherwise, I will go crazy drunk." Stack Zhong went to the counter to rest. Young Qiu Long and young Liu Yi were busy. The two children, Dao Ban and Feng Kangol, were also helping. The outside of the house was noisy. Stack Zhong looked up and saw the nameplates on the wall were silent, like rows of little mutes. "I can drink, kill demons, write poems. My talent is not inferior to the second shopkeeper. My appearance is inferior to Wu Chengpei. My life is complete. I just lack a wife. I have money in my pocket. I drink until the wine shop collapses. My swordsmanship is not bad. I can kill an ascendant realm demon together with Alliance. Nayland Saihuan, I will be back soon. Shepherd's flute and camel's bell are the sound of the wind. The good spring is given to idlers. The good girls are taken away. I have never been drunk in my life. I hate wine. I have never been to inverted hanging mountain. Chen Li, sword Hui Ming, flying sword Hui Ming. 100-year-old sword immortal is at your fingertips. There is no good wine in the world. Son of AB****, give me back my wine money. Lu Ji is indeed beautiful. Life is short. Practicing the sword is too difficult. After Old Deaf opened the restriction, Chen Pingan was like a host opening the door to welcome a guest. His vision suddenly opened up. The world was vast and there was not much scenery. There was only a towering stone tablet with the words Partridgey Sky written on it. Chen Pingan steadied his body and mind, quickly adjusting his breathing and blocking the copious amount of spiritual energy that was surging towards him. The prison that Old Deaf was in charge of was a broken grotto heaven. It was similar to the Golden Millet wine shop on inverted hanging mountain. It was especially rich in spiritual energy and did not have any sword chi. There were no other sword immortals or even sword cultivators here. Ever since Old Deaf took over, there was only this ascendant realm demon watching over it. Old Deaf was not really deaf. How bad could an ascendant realm's hearing be? It was just that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi had always looked down on Old Deaf. Old Deaf was also a pushover who didn't fight back when they hit him. Furthermore, he rarely showed himself in public, so he didn't cause much trouble. In addition, Dong family was in charge of the sword workshop, Qi family was in charge of the clothing workshop, and Chen family was in charge of the pill workshop. They were the four forbidden grounds of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the files of the Summer Palace, there were not many written records about the prison. They only roughly recorded the identities and origins of the monsters that had been locked up. Those that were dead were nothing more than a stroke of paper. Old Deaf smiled. It was normal for the young hidden official not to trust him, but how could he not trust his boss? However, he soon felt relieved. If he did not have such a personality, he would not have been able to become a hidden official and come here. Back then, on the city wall, the hidden official who needed the sword immortal to protect the formation was not him, but Lu Ji. Now, the one he did not trust was himself. Could it be that in the end, he did not even trust Chen Qing? No matter what the answer was, Old Deaf felt that it was interesting. Chen Pingan and Old Deaf moved forward at almost the same time. Chen Pingan realized that the stone tablet that looked like it was only 300 yards away would take the time it took to drink a cup of tea if they continued walking like this. Old Deaf did not want to be mistaken as a bully, so he respectfully greeted him as Lord Hidden Official. He then revealed the secret of heaven. The smaller your mind, the smaller your thoughts, and the smaller your steps, we will be able to walk faster. Chen Pingan did as he was told, and in a few blinks of an eye, they arrived in front of the stone tablet. Old Deaf was slightly surprised and couldn't help but compare Chen Pingan with the two hidden officials before him. That little girl with ponytails who had a bad temper didn't believe in heresy and insisted on rushing to the stone tablet in a spurt of energy. As a result, she was thousands of miles away from the stone tablet in an instant. That wasn't all. Xiao Chuo continued to fly like that, enjoying herself. In the end, after 10 minutes, according to the speed of the commoners, Xiao Chuo had already crossed continents. She had drunk quite a number of bottles of immortal wine and would run madly there every day, getting further and further away from the stone tablet. Old Deaf had seen boring sword cultivators, but he had never seen one as boring as her. As for the hidden official before her, he was either boring or uninteresting. However, the merit under the table was not small. That mirage was something he had spent money to find someone to build. It was a pity that his cultivation aptitude was too poor and his lifespan was not long. Otherwise, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi wouldn't have been Xiao Chuo, much less the young man beside him. Old Def accompanied the young hidden official to look up at the stone tablet. Old Def said with a hoarse voice, "Partridge and heaven." These 3 words were written by 2 ancient sword immortals who had extremely high seniority. They were just slightly younger than Dragon Sovereign and Guan Zhao, but they didn't have much of a reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Old Def smiled and said, "I believe that with Lord Hidden Official's eyesight, you should have seen through the trick long ago." Partridge and heaven were carved by a male sword immortal and their ripples were extremely beautiful. Only the partridge was written by a woman and her sword aura was swift and fierce, but it still couldn't hide the trace of delicateness. At that time, she was heavily injured and slightly tired, so the man tried to remedy the situation. The last word seemed to be full of energy and strict, saving the middle word, but in fact, it was already a little sad for the couple. Compared to the partridge word, the heaven word that should have had the most imposing aura was much more dignified and lacking in sword intent. What a pity, Chen Pinggan said honestly, "I didn't see these. Strange, how did he become the last disciple of the line of the literary saint?" Old Def asked. "Lord Hidden Official shouldn't be unfamiliar with the River of Time, right?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I'm not unfamiliar with it." Old Def stretched out his hand to grab, and the 3 words partridge and heaven on the stone tablet seemed to be dismantled. Stroke by stroke, they left the stone tablet and the sword lights gathered together like streams converging into a river. Old Def brought Chen Pinggan and waded through the water. When the 2 of them reached the end of the water, they saw a completely different world. The scene in Chen Pinggan's vision suddenly changed. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and devastation filled his eyes. There were huge skeletons that were deathly white and stretched out like a mountain range. There were also golden skeletons of gods. It should be the ruins of an ancient battlefield where ancient gods and demons had fought fiercely. There was a huge pit with steps carved out of it. The demons with high realms were locked up high. As they walked down the steps, Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "If Boss wasn't a sword immortal, how many sword cultivators would Senior have killed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Old Def didn't hide it and smiled. "All that entered my eyes would have died." He then added, "It's not that I'm angry at those little brats for gossiping, it's not worth it." He turned his head and asked, "Senior?" Chen Pinggan said, "Those who are older, have higher realms than me, and have no enmity with me are all considered seniors." Old Def nodded. "Good habit." Old Def then said, "According to Boss Sword Immortal's intention, Lord Hidden Official should take action on my behalf." Chen Pinggan nodded. On the way here, he had already thought it through. The stairs that kept extending downwards curved, and Chen Pinggan's vision was blurry. He could only see the stairs and nothing else. However, after encountering the cages of different sizes, his vision became clearer. He saw that the cages were fenced by sword lights that had condensed into substance. Most of the cages they passed by were empty. Old Def stopped and pointed at an empty prison. The one inside has already been beheaded by Boss Sword Immortal. The pill workshop should have made a huge profit. Chen Pinggan said, "The 2 cross-continent ferries of Jinjia continent paid a huge sum of immortal money to buy the head of the Ascendant Realm's corpse. In order to be able to return safely with the treasure, they even hired a sword immortal to escort them." Old Def grumbled, "The pill workshop is really annoying. It seems like I'm the one who's stopping them from slaughtering the demons of the upper 5 realms. I'm in charge of thousands of demons, and I'm in charge of 1 or 2 demons. I can't get any benefits, so why are they blaming me? Is it so hard to understand such a simple principle? It takes a lot of thinking, a lot of thinking." Chen Pinggan said, "I don't blame you. Everyone is considerate and willing to respect seniors. Sword cultivators don't look at you because of your identity as a demon. Can you still live? Do you have the nerve to live? What's there to think about? You should be secretly happy." Old Def said with a smile, "That's reasonable, that's really reasonable. It's a pity that I haven't heard such a straightforward reason before. That alliance didn't hit the nail on the head. He only lied to me and said that the Ascendant Realm demons in the world are as happy as immortals. It's not difficult to establish a sect." Along the way, they finally saw the first demon cultivator. It was an immortal realm demon that had revealed its true body and was entrenched like a mountain. Miasma overflowed. Chen Pinggan walked closer to the bars of the cage and looked over, but he still couldn't see it clearly. This prison imprisoned 6 demons of the upper 5 realms, 61 demons of the middle 5 realms, and 3 demons of the lower 5 realms. Those who died would be thrown to the pill workshop. Their bodies were full of treasures, and everything was put to good use. There were also those who left alive. They went to the mirage to fight each other or sword cultivators. There were also the disciples that Old Def picked out when he had nothing to do. Being imparted sword skills by Old Def, in any world, as long as it wasn't the cage of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it was a great Tao opportunity that one yearned for even in their dreams. An Ascendant Realm preacher didn't hide anything and imparted sword skills. Wouldn't they want to learn it even if they died? The problem was that Old Def's sword skills were too high here. It was too easy to learn the sword and break through realms. Once they entered the nascent soul realm, they would die. Many demons who purposely stopped at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm had forcefully tortured themselves to death. If their realms didn't rise, their lifespans would be shortened and they would die. Either their Tao hearts would shatter, or their golden cores would be blown apart by the constantly strengthening sword chi. As for the skin, Old Def had used his methods to keep it. Otherwise, the pill workshop would hold him accountable. As for Old Def's origins, there were records in Summer Refuge Palace. It was rather strange. He was an Ascendant Realm demon that pretended to be a sword cultivator and refined several flying swords left behind by sword immortals. It was the same method as Chen Pinggan refining level 1 and level 15 as his natal items. Old Def's realm was high enough, and he had refined 3 flying swords for his own use, so he seemed more like a sword cultivator than a sword immortal. Old Def was once a great demon that ran amok in the world of desolation. When he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he was content to be a bitter prison head. He might have thought of nurturing another natal flying sword in Realm 13. As for the immortal realm great demon in front of Chen Pinggan, he was also extremely legendary. When he was first imprisoned, his cultivation was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Who would have thought that in this place where he should have been struggling at death's door, he would break through to the immortal realm in 1,000 years? Old Def asked, "Lord Hidden Official, shall we make our move now?" The old man was slightly curious as to why the young hidden official hadn't brought along that immortal weapon sword immortal. If he wanted to use his fists to kill a great demon in the celestial realm, it was hard to say who would exhaust who to death. Of course, Old Def knew that Chen Pinggan had a fist move that was extremely extraordinary. However, as a martial practitioner at the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm, his physique wasn't tough enough. If he wanted to kill the immortal realm great demon in front of him, Chen Pinggan was destined to not be able to last until the last punch. When facing an immortal realm, the difference in their realms was too great. Even if Cao Ci came, she would be helpless. Once he asked someone else to do the job for him, he would be completely useless and there wouldn't be much meaning to it. Besides, Old Def felt that unless Chen Pinggan was a martial practitioner of Realm 9, he would have some hope and be able to endure the pain of having his soul shattered. Even if the martial realm of the young hidden official was about the same as Cao Ci and Yu Juanfu, which could be viewed as a realm higher, Chen Pinggan was still a realm lower than a martial practitioner of Realm Far Roaming. Chen Pinggan began to move. There's no rush. As he walked, Chen Pinggan took a few glances before continuing on his way. Old Def couldn't help but ask, "Lord Hidden Official?" Chen Pinggan said, "Let's go through it once. At most, we'll just have to take another trip back. It won't affect our proper business." Old Def smiled and asked, "That's all there is to it, is there a problem?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Just treat it as a distraction." Old Def said, "Young people are too calm and can hold it in. Although it's easy to do things accurately and be ruthless, it's easy to peck at their vital chi and hurt their fortune." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Senior is wise. What you said is even more mature and prudent. It's good to be careful everywhere." Old Def had been trapped in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 3,000 years and this was the first time he had been addressed as senior so many times. It was also extremely rare for him to chat with a sword cultivator and have so many words to say. Chen Pinggan asked, "What did Boss Sword Immortal agree to with Senior?" Old Def said, When I go out of the city to fight, first, I will kill all the demons locked up here. Of course, it has changed now and Lord Hidden Official will do it personally. Second, I can take away 3 golden core disciples from here. It's an exception. Old Def didn't talk about the years of cultivation in the wilderness. Just based on the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone, he had endured more than 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, he was still in the Ascendant Realm and didn't get a sword immortal suffix. Along the way, they finally saw a fresh face. It was a demon cultivator who was curled up on the ground. He could sense Old Def and Chen Pingan's presence, but he still pretended not to know. Although the few demons of the upper 5 realms behind him were suppressed, their cold gazes were still as solid as before. There were also great demons who seemed to have gone mad and crazily rammed into the sword-light fence. They were unwilling to stop even when their flesh and blood were badly mangled. In the end, they held on to 2 sword lights tightly with both hands and cursed Old Def and the unfamiliar young man whose realm wasn't high. Chen Pingan stopped and asked a few questions in the language of the wilderness. The great demons only cursed and swore. After that, there were also the earth immortals of the demon race who kowtowed and begged for mercy. There was also the graceful fox charm. She was 1,000 years old but her face was still radiant and charming like a young girl. When she saw the young hidden official, she looked pitiful and sat sideways with her hand over her heart. She bit her lips tightly and looked like she wanted to cry. There were also demons who swore solemnly and were willing to swear an oath to be enslaved, just to be able to leave this place alive. Chen Pingan didn't say a word. Old Def smiled and said, although that fox charm only has 7 tails, Lord Hidden Official won't lose face if you take her in as a maid. I believe Lord Hidden Official still has this bit of authority and you don't have to worry about her loyalty. Chen Pingan didn't reply. Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of the cliff plank road in the snowy night when he was halfway back home from the Great Sway Kingdom. In these years of traveling, he had seen many fox charms. However, he had never had the chance to visit the Fox Kingdom of the Shu family in Qingfeng City. Xu Yuanxia once said that he had to go there. If a man didn't go to the Fox Kingdom, he wouldn't know what a hero's grave was. Among the 4 madams of Haoran World, there was the madam of the Bamboo Sea Cave's Green Immortal Mountain who had a close relationship with Alliance. Then there was Madame Huanyan who had disappeared from the Central Divine Continent. She used a plum blossom garden to exchange with Chen Pingan for a secret letter that would be handed to the mellow scholar Chen Pingan in the future. She hoped that the South Soro continent would treat this elite of the upper 5 realms better. In the end, since Chen Pingan asked for a protective talisman from the scholarly sage for Madame Huanyan, he was also thinking about the long term for Lu Ji. With a high realm, there would be a big problem. Lu Ji was not the kind of sword immortal who was willing to do things smoothly. Once she went to the South Soro continent, she would be a foreigner. When a scholar calculated how many twists and turns were there, he was even more afraid of those open and above-board schemes. Lu Ji had no choice but to use her sword. That would be a big problem. Therefore, it was more reassuring to have Madame Huanyan by Lu Ji's side to help her plan. However, Chen Pingan was also worried that Madame Huanyan's selfish resentment would be too strong and Lu Ji would be subtly influenced. Therefore, once Chen Pingan appeared, it was not only protection but also supervision. Madame Huanyan couldn't act willfully. It was just that Madame Huanyan didn't know about this for the time being. She was probably still curious about what the young hidden official had promised her in exchange for a merit. Chen Pingan had no intention of telling her in advance. When she accompanied Lu Ji to the South Soro continent, everything would come to light. There was also a madam who was regarded as the most orthodox of the Moon Palace species, but her fate was unknown. Chen Pingan had long confirmed that she was Madame Gui, who was worshipped behind the scenes by the Fan family. Finally, there was a 9-tailed celestial fox who had ascended to the immortal realm, Madame Huanxi. Her whereabouts were also unknown. At the bottom of the prison, the last cage was an existence that looked like a water prison. The depth of the water was less than 2 feet, about 1 mu. It was dark green and rich in water fate. It directly transformed into small dark green fish. The water was clear and fine, and the small dark green fish that were suddenly motionless seemed to be suspended in the air. A young man stuck his head out of the water. Below his head, his body was submerged in the water. It was as if he had merged with the water. Was it a method to raise a dragon? There were scars on the demon's face. There were slight bumps on the left and right sides of his forehead, like deer antlers. Chen Pingan held his hands in his sleeves and stopped moving forward. He looked at the young man. His cultivation was at the cave abode realm, and he had not taken human form for long. In the end, it was his talent that won. On the path of cultivation, if one wanted to be rewarded by the ancestors, they would first have to be rewarded by the heavens to be able to cultivate. Chen Pingan began to return. He praised, obtained an opportunity, practiced the sword, and cultivated. Master guided them through the door, and they have a Dao heart. Senior's 3 disciples' achievements in the Great Dao are frightening. Including the young man, the 3 of them were at the Cave Abode realm, the Dragon Gate realm, and the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. This cage did not hold cats and dogs picked up from the roadside. The younger the demon cultivator, the more amazing his talent and the stronger his foundation. Old Deaf smiled bitterly. Hidden official, it can't be that bad, right? Of course, this young man was difficult to deal with. However, he could still kill him with a casual slap. The problem was that Chen Qingju could kill him with a slap before he could make a move. If Chen Pingan was really determined to break the contract, he would kill him along with his 3 disciples. With Chen Qingju's temper, did he even need to think about who he would side with? Chen Pingan said, "All this time, Senior has scrupulously abided by your duties. This junior respects you from the bottom of my heart." Old Deaf sneered. "But..." Chen Pingan smiled. "Senior is so good at chatting. Senior, please continue. This junior is all ears." Old Deaf had no intention of doing business with this young man at all. Old Deaf asked loudly, "Boss, Sword Immortal, is this okay? You don't care?" There was no response. Chen Pingan continued, "Senior, the 3 you picked should all have the aptitude of the upper 5 realms, right?" Old Deaf nodded helplessly. Chen Pingan said, "Then let's calculate according to 1 Jade Unpolished Realm and 2 Immortal Realm. Of course, they are sword cultivators. I will ask Senior for 3 cultivation opportunities. Dao arts and magic treasures are fine, but the Dao arts that are suitable for demons to cultivate are best." Old Deaf heaved a sigh of relief. To an Ascendant Realm cultivator, these things were worldly possessions. 2 unpolished Jade Realms and 1 Immortal Realm. If you are unlucky, it will be 1 Nascent Soul Realm and 2 Jade Unpolished Realm. Old Deaf didn't lie. Whether a sword cultivator had the aptitude of the upper 5 realms and whether or not he could become a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms were 2 different things. Yang Ming, Yin Chen, and Nayland Saihuan were all sword immortal embryos with outstanding aptitudes. How were they now? Chen Pingan agreed. "I will listen to Senior." Old Deaf smiled. As expected, Senior is not for nothing. Chen Pingan cupped his fists. "Senior, please don't bear grudges." Old Deaf shook his head. "It's not worth it." Chen Pingan said, "This cage is actually the corpse of a god who has lost his head, right?" Old Deaf nodded. They walked to a cage that Chen Pingan originally thought was empty. Suddenly, a person walked out of the fog barrier. Chen Pingan turned his head and saw a young woman with a snow-white face and scarlet lips. There was an embroidered bag hanging on her wrist. Below the head, it was a tragic sight. She was definitely not human and was even more ghostly than a ghost. She had no skin and was almost transparent. Her internal organs, veins, bones, and flesh were all wriggling. Chen Pingan was used to seeing bloody and treacherous scenes, but when he suddenly saw this woman, he still felt his scalp tingle. There were no records of her in Summer Palace. The woman walked to the fence and took a step forward. She was almost face to face with Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan didn't move at all. Old Deaf smiled. "Her name is Nianxin. She is a tailor who fled here. In her early years in Gold Armor Continent, she caused a huge commotion." Chen Pingan understood. A tailor. It was extremely rare. Chen Pinggan had once read about it in a secret file in Summer Palace that specialized in recording heretic cultivators. It wasn't old news, but it was too heretical. It was the demonic path. In the history of the world, they were once killed by the orthodox talisman sect's qi cultivators. There were 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain: sword cultivators, Mohist saber masters, Daoist saber masters, and legalist disciples. However, these cultivators were only difficult to deal with and were feared by other qi refinement warriors. They were not notorious at all. Apart from that, there were 10 other types of cultivators who were despised by the masses. They were even worse than the wild cultivators, and everyone had the right to kill them. For example, there was the Southern Sea Lone Rider who carried the Dragon King's basket and captured tired flood dragons for his lord. His realm wasn't high and was only an earth immortal, but even sword immortals couldn't kill him. He liked to go ashore and steal the water of the rivers. There were also those who specialized in refining graves and could easily cause Yin soldiers to pass by. And the woman in front of Chen Pinggan was the tailor in the legends. She was proficient in the talisman Dao, but she only used human skin as talisman paper. The foundation of her great Dao was making wedding clothes for others. It was recorded in the secret record that to cultivate this technique, one had to peel off one's own skin. Being able to endure the pain of being skinned was the first step. The second step was to truly walk through the underworld, which was similar to Fengdu's Gate of Hell. After that, there were several more checkpoints. Chen Pinggan was very puzzled at that time. What was the point of choosing to cultivate this technique? The woman took a step back and walked around Chen Pinggan. She stopped and asked, "How old are you?" Chen Pinggan remained silent. The woman, who was called Twisting Heart by Old Deaf, didn't mind and continued asking, "It shouldn't be a trick." Then, "Are you from a rich family in Taixiang Street?" The elders in your family finally persuaded Chen Qingdou to build a martial temple for you and obtain the martial fate of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I'm a foreigner. I'm quite diligent in my training." The woman seemed to be a little regretful. Chen Qingdou still has too many worries. He can't bear to use many of his methods. Old Deaf smiled faintly and said, "You're young and only know some fancy methods. Don't call our boss sword immortal by his name." He then reminded the woman, Twisting Heart, "This is the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." The woman tilted her head and stared at Chen Pinggan. She said intermittently, "Left-handed. Flood Dragon. Rebuilt Longevity Bridge. His skin and soul are severely mended. He first practiced martial arts before nurturing his natal flying sword. His control of his body is meticulous. His half a kindred spirit. His killing intent is heavy. Yes, it's even heavier now. But he can completely control his killing intent. He's very powerful at such a young age. As expected of the new hidden official." Chen Pinggan stood at his original spot and smiled. Miss Twisting Heart has good eyesight. Old Deaf knew Twixen very well, so he wasn't surprised at all by her methods. There were 3 strange things in prison. Twisting Heart was one of them. Old Deaf suddenly asked, "Why don't you call me Senior and Miss?" Chen Pinggan asked back, "Senior, have you never drunk without food?" Old Deaf was stunned. In the distance, a young and tender voice sounded, "This guy is mocking you for your drunken talk and nonsense that is out of place." Chen Pinggan turned his head and saw a white-haired boy sitting cross-legged in the air. His forehead was huge and there were 2 green snakes on his ears. There were 2 short swords by his waist. His eyes were sparkling as he nibbled on his fingers in boredom. Old Deaf gave him a sideways glance and explained to Chen Pinggan, "It's an otherworldly devil." Chen Pinggan nodded. The white-haired boy said, "Old Deaf, quickly call me Grandpa." Old Deaf called him Grandpa. The white-haired boy said angrily, "Why are you so boring?" The woman couldn't be bothered with Old Deaf and the boy. She stared at Chen Pinggan and said, "Can you really take the pain? Don't die." Chen Pinggan smiled, "Let's try." Then, Chen Pinggan felt his hair stand on end. He saw the woman smile sweetly and give him a salute, adding clothes for young master in the cold, sewing and mending. 672. Chen Pinggan wasn't frightened by Nian Xin's strange words, but by her passionate and focused gaze. Chen Pinggan was not used to it. When he was picking up scraps in the bag shop, he saw money and treasures on the ground. Was that the gaze she had? Nyanxin said, "Let's talk about it when you reach the far-traversing realm. I don't want to collect your corpse." As for whether this young hermit could break through or not, Nyanxin didn't care what method he used to do it. Chen Pinggan nodded. As he walked slowly, he already had his own plans. Nyanxin floated away in the blink of an eye. As expected, she wasn't restrained in any way. Chen Pinggan threw out 3 questions in one breath. "Nyanxin, what's your age, what realm, and what's your background?" Old Deaf chuckled and didn't say anything. Chen Pinggan said, "I cannot do anything to the youth in the water prison." Old Deaf laughed. "As a scholar, how can you be so careless?" Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear to him and squatted down. He bent his fingers and gently tapped on the road. There was the sound of metal and stone. He then opened his palm and covered the ground with his palm. As expected of the corpse of an ancient god, it was very strange. It was obvious that Old Deaf valued that youth the most and had bet the most. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility of a smokescreen, but there were only 3 demons who could survive in the end. How much could Old Deaf deceive them? Chen Pinggan carefully searched through the secret files of the Summer Palace in his mind and found that the 3 people Old Deaf had chosen had many hidden secrets. Chen Pinggan was sure that the previous hermit Xiao Chuo must have had some sort of deal with Old Deaf, which was why the hermit's lineage helped to cover up some crucial information. Chen Pinggan didn't intend to bring up these old matters that had been collecting dust for a long time. Moreover, he might not be able to do so. Old Deaf beside him was an ascendant realm. If he angered him, the latter only needed to keep his promise with the Great Sword Immortal. In the end, the reason why Old Deaf was willing to give him face everywhere was because of the Great Sword Immortal. A secret official jade token in the hands of someone who wasn't even a sword immortal was useless. However, even though this was the logic, business could still be done. After all, Chen Pinggan and Old Deaf had no grudges. If they were to fall out, the younger one and the older one would still be the one to gain an advantage. Therefore, Chen Pinggan's way of doing business was very simple. It was equivalent to telling Old Deaf directly that by teaching 3 disciples here, he was already nurturing a tiger in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, since this was the instruction of the boss, Sword Immortal, it was not easy to change it. However, leaving the prison under the eyes of a hidden official like him was like releasing a tiger back into the mountain. It was possible to operate. There were many ways for the 3 disciples to leave alive. The promise between Old Deaf and the Sword Immortal didn't conflict with the final decision of the Summer Palace. Old Deaf was probably used to being manipulated by others in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even though he had suffered a small loss, he still got the promise of the young hermit, so he wasn't angry. In fact, Old Deaf would have to tell the young man about his 3 disciples sooner or later. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment before slamming his palm heavily on the ground. It didn't move an inch. It was no wonder that the corpse refined into a small world cage by the Sword Immortal could trap those great demons. Nowadays, the gods of mountains and rivers in the vast world were also known for their immortal golden bodies. However, they didn't have any cultivation methods. Normally, they were influenced by the incense of good men and women year after year, just like the saying of gold plastering. The lifespan of gods of mountains and rivers was indeed longer than that of cultivators. It was said that many earth immortal cultivators couldn't break through the bottleneck of the great Tao. In order to forcefully prolong their lives, they didn't hesitate to use forbidden secret techniques to commit suicide. Before that, they had already colluded with the imperial court and local officials to help hide the truth from the Confucian Academy and secretly build obscene shrines. If they were unlucky, they wouldn't be able to survive the 2 obstacles of being emaciated and having their souls scattered. Naturally, everything would come to an end. If they were lucky and managed to survive, they would be able to turn from immortal to god on the path of cultivation and enjoy the incense of the mortal world. Wei Pai should be an exception. It was just that Chen Pinggan had never asked about the many secrets of this mountain lord of the old god water nation. Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng were even more experienced in the Jianghu, so Mount Pailuan and Mount Luopa had a tacit understanding of each other. Old Deaf finally opened his mouth and said, "Twisting Heart is estimated to be 700 to 800 years old. She stumbled her way to the upper 5 realms. Her aptitude is extremely good, but breaking through several realms in succession damaged her vitality. Now, she can only rely on unorthodox methods, divine money, and magical treasures to reach this realm. The height of her great Tao in this lifetime, if nothing unexpected happens, will stop here. Twisting Heart doesn't have a clear master, so she's most likely a wild cultivator who climbed the mountain through unorthodox methods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such a bumpy life. However, her ambition wasn't to reach the summit anyway. She had taken her revenge in Jinjiao continent, so she didn't care if she died. She never thought that she would hear a rumor that the city lord of White Emperor City was interested in her. Twisting Heart didn't want to end up in a situation worse than death, so she escaped to Inverted Hanging Mountain. She originally wanted to sneak into the wilderness, where the world was even more chaotic. With her abilities, she would have a place to show off. If she was really lucky, she might have been able to break through. She never thought that she would be intercepted by a sword immortal and thrown here. She wasn't idle here either. The bodies of many great demons were disassembled by her and sent to the pill shop. Her methods were exquisite, saving the pill shop cultivators a lot of trouble. Old Deaf had heard a lot of inside stories from the white-haired boy. Old Deaf had never paid much attention to these twisted stories of others. If he didn't know, he wouldn't lose a few pounds of meat. If he knew, he wouldn't get an extra jug of wine. Chen Pingan retracted his hand and asked curiously, why would the city lord of White Emperor City be interested in a tailor? It wasn't that Chen Pingan was prejudiced against Twisting Heart or tailors. There were many unorthodox paths in the world, and there were many wild fox Janas in the world. There were differences in cultivation methods, but that wasn't necessarily the case for cultivators. It was just that the authority of the demonic path was too high above the clouds. As a publicly recognized person of the demonic path, Chen Pingan secretly had some thoughts in his early years. One of them was that when he traveled to the Central Plains in the future, he would definitely see the torrential waters of the Yellow River Paradise with his own eyes. He would also take a look at the banner of White Emperor City that read First of Mercy under the heavens. Kui Dong had come out of colored clouds before. Even Kui Dong Shan couldn't hide his admiration whenever he mentioned the city lord. Mr. Qi had also traveled to the banks of the Great River. The city lord had even left colored clouds White Emperor City for the first time and personally invited Mr. Qi for a round of chess. Chen Pingan was very willing to sincerely address such an authority of the demonic path as senior. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't feel that he had the right to meet the city lord. Old Deaf shook his head and explained, Master Hidden Official has really underestimated Twisting Heart. She isn't an ordinary tailor. She was only a Jindan expert in her early years, but she already had the means of the unpolished Jade Realm. Once she fully unleashed her spells and abilities, even those in the unpolished Jade Realm wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of the battle in the canyon of the North Continent and the group of assassins from Deer Mountain that had ambushed him. That battle seemed to have a great disparity in strength, but in terms of danger, in Chen Pingan's heart, it wasn't inferior to the encirclement of Liz Hen Yu and the others. Old Deaf laughed. Otherwise, with just Twisting Heart's nascent soul realm cultivation, how could she single-handedly destroy an entire sect of Gold Armor Continent? If it was Master Hidden Official, he wouldn't be able to do it either, right? Chen Pingan was greatly surprised and asked in disbelief, a nascent soul realm cultivator single-handedly wiped out an entire sect? Old Deaf said casually, within half a year, all 700 people, including the entire ancestral hall, were all dead. It was such a large sect, but its lineage was completely cut off. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes. Twisting Heart caused such a huge disaster, so how did she escape to Inverted Hanging Mountain? Old Deaf shook his head. Why should I care about this? Chen Pingan laughed. That's right, why should I care about this? However, if there's a chance, I should ask Senior Twisting Heart for guidance. Old Deaf's interest was piqued. Master Hidden Official, as a disciple of Confucianism, also has a personal grudge? Chen Pinggan said, there are a few. Old Def laughed, I think they didn't burn enough incense. Chen Pinggan wasn't willing to talk about this, so he asked with a frown, then what's up with that otherworldly demon? Old Def shook his head, I can't say. It's not a business matter, so Master Hidden Official shouldn't make things difficult for me. Chen Pinggan changed the topic. Why does a otherworldly demon have a green snake, wear a daoist robe, and carry a short sword? In Chen Pinggan's eyes, that white-haired boy was no different from a normal person, and he didn't use any concealment techniques. Old Def said playfully, can't he like to show off? Chen Pinggan shook his head, too careless. Old Def laughed involuntarily. In this prison, who was he being cautious for? Chen Pinggan didn't continue asking and changed the topic. Other than Twisting Heart and the otherworldly demon, are there any other guests in Senior's residence? Old Def nodded. There's also a sad person who's addicted to drinking and gambling. Of course, he was also very rich. Old Def asked, young hidden official, did you ask me for the cultivation method of the demon race because there are demons in your hometown that are worth nurturing? Chen Pinggan shook his head, it's not nurturing, it's always good to have one more method of self-protection. On Luorpa Mountain, the vegetation grew naturally. Old Def waved his hand, and a great demon in the unpolished jade realm moved its huge body towards the sword-light fence. Old Def stretched out his arm and tore off a large piece of bloody meat, putting it into his mouth and chewing slowly. In any case, there was a young hidden official beside him, so he raised his hand to cover his mouth, which could be considered a form of hospitality. Walking out of the prison together, Chen Pinggan began to tour the ancient battlefield that was filled with corpses. As the host, Old Def could only accompany him. Old Def asked, Lord Hidden Official, the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi is imminent, are we just going to wander around like this? Don't you want to end work early and return to Summer Refuge Palace to take care of matters? Chen Pinggan's eyes drooped, there's no rush. The young man slowly raised his gaze, actually, I don't really want to go there. Every day that they sat there, every sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage wasn't relaxed or happy, and Chen Pinggan was naturally no exception. Big Brother Sword Immortal had previously mentioned that the Summer Palace shouldn't interfere too much in the upcoming battle. He wanted to give all the sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi a chance to unleash their swords without restraint. He, Chen Qing, wouldn't restrict them, so the hidden official's lineage shouldn't interfere too much. Chen Pinggan didn't have any objections. Looking at the corpse of a great demon that was as majestic as a mountain in front of him, it was too pale and didn't have the vitality of the lustrous white corpses in Ghost Valley. If it was moved to the wilderness of the vast world, it would probably fade away in a few years under the sun and wind. Simply put, the corpses of these great demons were worthless. On the other hand, the remnants of the golden bodies of the gods looked as sturdy as before, giving off a feeling that they couldn't be destroyed. The golden bodies shone brightly, and there were only a few holes that were negligible compared to the massive bodies. It was a pity that they were just illusions, so they couldn't be turned into the divine money of Summer Refuge Palace and couldn't be considered the wealth of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Old Def had said that although these ancient gods were once considered to be of high status and power, they were pitiful creatures that had reached the end of their great Tao. Once the golden body showed signs of decay, even if there was only a slight flaw, it meant that a god was officially heading towards death, with no hope of reversing the situation. Chen Pinggan said a word, merit. Old Def nodded, this is how the saints of the three religions remedy the gods of the later generations. It is also the key to the stability of the world. The gods of mountains and rivers that were first conferred by the imperial court and then recognized by the Confucian Academy had always been an important bridge between the vast world and the mountains. It allowed the teachers of the mortal world and the cultivators of the Tao to not always be in direct conflict. For whatever reason, the imperial court didn't pursue the matter of the numerous obscene shrines, and the Confucian Academy also rarely interfered. Naturally, it was because the gods of obscene shrines had patched up the folklore of the land and encouraged good deeds. Walking to a certain place, the god was extremely tall, and half of his body was submerged in the sea of clouds, making it impossible to see his entire body. Chen Pinggan bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force, rising from the ground and heading towards the sea of clouds. With his hands in his sleeves and his legs swaying, he leaped out of the sea of clouds and finally saw the god with a solemn expression. Chen Pingan stepped on the pine needle and the thunder cough flying swords, hovering above the sea of clouds. Chen Pingan's mood turned solemn. That is the sword cultivator Yu Sai. Above the sea of clouds around this god, there were naturally green water droplets floating. There were more than 100 of them, and the water fate was unimaginably dense. They had clearly not been refined, but their quality was already close to the water pills produced by the ancestral temple of the water residents. Of course, they couldn't be compared to the bottle of mirage water pills given by venerable fire dragon. However, the water droplets were treasures to any water god, river granny, or chi cultivator in the world who cultivated water spells. The key was that they were easy to obtain, and there was an endless supply of them. Any sect would drool over them. If the Rain Dragon sect, which was adjacent to the Flood Dragon ravine, could move this god statue and forge it into the core of the great formation of mountains and rivers, the power of the sect would rise by a huge level. The reason why Chen Pingan felt a connection with this god was that he felt that the aura of the young sword cultivator Yu Sai was familiar. Old Def stood at the side and nodded. He has a strong background. As expected of a hidden official, he doesn't kill nameless enemies under his sword. Chen Pingan said helplessly, "There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this small Jioshenji." Old Def rejoiced in Qin Mu's misfortune. Chen Pingan asked, "That youth's water prison was formed from the accumulation of these water droplets?" Old Def couldn't be bothered to hide these details, so he admitted it openly. The threshold to raise a dragon was high. First, one had to find a flood dragon that was worth nurturing. Then, there was the art of raising a dragon and the method to create a dragon's nest. It just so happened that Old Def didn't lack any of these. The path of cultivation of every great ascendant realm cultivator in the world could indeed produce an extremely fascinating oddity. Chen Pingan turned his head and asked, "If it was Senior who made a move, how did those demon cultivators die?" Old Def answered casually, "It was a matter of twisting fingers." With the cultivation of an ascendant realm with perfect divine chi, dealing with those prisoners who were at most in the immortal realm, with Old Def overseeing the small heaven and earth, he had the advantage of time, place, and people. It really was a matter of twisting them to death with one finger. The old man added, "If they were noisy, scolded, and begged for mercy, they would probably die a slower death. Since I had nothing to do, I learned some tricks from that young lady." Chen Pingan muttered to himself, "After staying in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for so long, I almost forgot that sword immortals are sword immortals and great demons are great demons." He still remembered the first time he met Ji Yu, the sword immortal of Ape Core Mountain, when he was traveling in the North Continent. That was called trembling in fear, as if he was treading on thin ice. One wrong step and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Earlier, there was the 3-sword quizzes in the Wind Thunder Garden and Zhengyang Mountain that he watched through catoptric deflection on the ferry boat. Nascent soul Li Tuanjing's final sword strike was outstanding. Earlier, there was the rainy night when he stayed in the old house and met the middle 5 great demon of Jiyu country. A white steed flashes past a crack, all of a sudden. Chen Pingan said, "Senior just needs to collect this water fate, I can turn a blind eye to it." In front of Chen Pingan, Old Def collected dozens of dark green water droplets and kept them in his bag with the heaven and earth in his sleeve. They should be the part with the most abundant water fate. Then, Chen Pingan asked for half of the water droplets. Most of them were placed into the blade strengthening gourd, leaving only 3 water droplets. He sat cross-legged and started to refine them openly. It was the Tao formula recorded on the rain prayer stele outside the buried river temple. This creation of heaven and earth was split equally between both parties. Old Def could accept it, so he did not hesitate. Old Def glanced at the rough circulation of the young man's art of water refinement and exclaimed in admiration, "With just this Tao skill, if Lord Hidden Official is really forced to do something desperate one day, you can just abandon your body and choose a desecrated river to become the god of the river." Chen Pingan still had his eyes closed and focused. He refined the 3 water droplets that were equivalent to ordinary water pills at an extremely fast speed. Over at the underwater residence, it was like rain after a long drought. The boys in green started to get busy, fixing the flaws of the life item of the water word seal and adding color to the murals of the underwater residents that were almost reduced to white drawings. The small pond that was so dry that one could see the bottom was also replenished with strands of flowing water. Chen Pingan was slightly distracted and said, "Senior, I advise you not to go to the vast heaven." Old Deaf asked, "Why?" Chen Pingan kept silent. The white-haired boy appeared on the shoulder of the god and sneered, "Old Deaf, you are too good at praising people. You will definitely be cut into 8 pieces and chopped into meat paste." The white-haired boy then sneered again. "Young man, your brain isn't sharp enough." That old Deaf purposely chose water droplets with thin spirit energy and predicted that you would ask for them. Above the sea of clouds, water droplets would always appear. Old Deaf must have purposely missed the water droplets with the most abundant water. How did such a little fool become a hidden official? He is worlds apart from that Xiao Chuo. No wonder the Great Wall of Sword Chi couldn't be defended. Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear to it. Old Deaf was even more indifferent and didn't explain anything. In any case, if that unworldly celestial devil had an opportunity to move the young hidden official's heart, Old Deaf wouldn't just stand by and watch. The unworldly celestial devil of unknown origin was temperamental. It flew into a rage and said angrily, "The disciples of the Confucian school of the vast heaven are still so treacherous. They deserve to be plundered and plundered by the demon race of the desolate world." Chen Pingan took out some water droplets from the sword-strengthening gourd and refined them into the water droplets of his water mana. As a 5th realm chi cultivator, he was only a step away from becoming a god of the middle 5 realms. His spells were much more powerful than those of the 3rd realm. The white-haired boy seemed to have sensed the young hidden official's state of mind and jumped up and down to scold, "Shameless thing, a cultivator of the lower 5 realms that can't even compare to an ant has the face to be satisfied." The next moment, the boy suddenly quietened down and sat cross-legged again. He said slowly, "That brat surnamed Chen has a perfect Dao heart and is a promising talent. I have 5 kinds of superior Dao skills that lead straight to the upper 5 realms. They are the most profound. With the life items of the 5 elements as your foundation, you will be able to learn them with twice the result with half the effort. Do you want to learn them? I can swear that as long as you nod your head and agree, there won't be any hidden dangers. If you don't believe me, you can ask Old Deaf. I guarantee that you will be able to reach the unpolished Jade Realm extremely quickly. This is a no-cost deal. Do you want to take it or not?" Chen Pingan opened his eyes and looked over. He asked with a smile, "Compared to Lu Chen, whose Dao skill do you think is higher?" The white-haired boy laughed loudly. In the blink of an eye, a young Daoist wearing a lotus crown appeared on the shoulder of the god. He smiled without saying a word. Chen Pingan asked Old Deaf, "Is there no one to restrain him for making such a ruckus?" Old Deaf nodded, "There is." A sharp sword light arrived in the blink of an eye and shattered Lu Chen like a piece of ice being smashed by a heavy hammer. The white-haired boy reformed his human form extremely far away. He was unharmed, but the magic robe on his body was already in tatters. He didn't speak anymore, as though he had an agreement with the owner of the sword light. He stared at a certain place far away before transforming into a rainbow light and heading to the corpse of a god nearby. He pulled out his sword from its sheath and began to chisel the mountain. He used the short sword as an awl and his palm as a hammer. Clanking sounds rang out, and in an instant, there were countless fragments and dust flying everywhere. Finally, he dug out a golden body fragment the size of a chestnut. He crushed it in his palm and then smeared it on his magic robe. The golden light flowed like water as though it was alive and mended the magic robe on its own. Chen Pingan asked in a low voice, "The material used to forge the military school's armor pill is actually a fragment of a god's golden body. As for what kind of treasure was used to forge the 3 types of military school's armor pills, there were no records in the books of the vast world." In the past, Chen Pingan also didn't ask Kui Dongshan and Wei Pai about it. As for the origin of the golden copper coins, it had long been confirmed. After the Lotus Root Blessed Land became a mid-grade blessed land, other than immortal coins, it also needed a large amount of golden copper coins. Old Deaf nodded. The process of making the military school's armor pill is complicated. The core material is indeed a golden body fragment. The eldest sword immortal suddenly appeared beside Chen Pinggan. However, it was shattered by the sword light in the next moment. Then, the white-haired boy who had just dug out the second golden body fragment dashed towards the entrance of the prison. However, halfway there, he was shattered by the sword light again. When he stuck his head out of the prison to look around, the sword light arrived again. The white-haired boy could only squat on the steps and continue to use the palm-sized golden body fragment to mend his magic robe. Old Def laughed. After breaking the contract, he can only stay in the prison for 10 days. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Isn't that more troublesome for me? Can I trouble that sword immortal senior to change the punishment?" Old Def said, "As long as there's wine." Chen Pinggan felt a little regretful. He had come in a hurry and only had 2 pots of wine left. He couldn't bear to give them away. Especially after seeing Twisting Core, these 2 pots of wine were even more unacceptable. With that otherworldly demon pestering him, he could just treat it as training his Dao heart. Unexpectedly, a vision appeared. The eldest sword immortal slowly walked out of the prison and grabbed the neck of the otherworldly demon as though he was carrying a chick. It was no longer as indifferent as when he faced the sword light. The white-haired boy was trembling in fear in the hands of the eldest sword immortal. However, Chen Pinggan suspected that the scene in front of him was a deliberate trick by the otherworldly demon. However, he soon confirmed that the eldest sword immortal was not a false illusion. This was because above the lake in Chen Pinggan's heart, there was a piece of paper that the eldest sword immortal had casually manifested. On it were written the arrangements of many sword immortals. Just as Chen Pinggan finished reading it, the piece of paper disappeared. Regarding the path of retreat for the young sword immortals outside of the Great Wall, the eldest sword immortal had already made a decision. He directly explained it to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan had slightly modified it. The eldest sword immortal agreed to some of it, but still rejected some. When Chen Pinggan saw this piece of paper, he was even more certain of the eldest sword immortal's intentions. It was not much different from his own guess. After the battle, Qi Tingji, one of the 3 old sword immortals who carved the words on the city wall, rushed to Fuyao continent alone. This old ancestor could not bring any of the Qi family disciples with him. When Qi Tingji arrived at Fuyao continent, he needed to guard the mountain water cave for 100 years. After 100 years, he could do as he pleased. If the demon race attacked Fuyao continent, Qi Tingji could not rely on the savage world and had to dig a hole for himself to hide. Chen Shi would fight to the death and reincarnate using the method of dismemberment. His soul would be collected in a life lamp and brought to the 5th world by other sword immortals. Although he could be born with knowledge, he still needed a Dao protector. As for Dong Sangeng, he would not leave. Life and death were in his hometown. Nalan Shaowei would also dismember and leave the world. His life lamp would be brought to the green underworld by a Dao protector. Although after dismemberment, the path of cultivation in the next life would be greatly hindered, the great path would be achieved. It was extremely difficult to stand side by side with the previous life, but it was better than dying. Old Def himself chose to rely on Old Blind instead of following the demon race army to the vast world and serving as a slave in the 100,000 mountains. Actually, the reason was very simple. He was afraid of death. Many Ascendant Realm great cultivators cherished their lives to an unimaginable degree. Tongyi sect's Du Maro was the best example. He could do whatever he wanted and resort to any means. Sects, heirs, disciples, reputation, they could all be abandoned. As for Lu Ji, the path of retreat was paved by Chen Pinggan. Other than Lu Ji, Madame Huanyan and Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyang would all travel with Lu Ji. Connecting to the previous arrangements made by the eldest sword immortal for the young sword immortals, Chen Pinggan finally decided on a goal. Almost everyone had to leave. After that, they would truly be separated from each other. Then, to a certain extent, their respective cultivation bases were for reunion. For example, Qi Tingji would go to Fuyao continent, but Qi Shou would stay at Inverted Hanging Mountain. Chen Shi would go to the 5th world, but Chen Sanqiu would travel the vast world. As for Jiao Yeho, his sister Jiao Yuqing, who would follow Chen Shi, She would become the direct disciple of Fuping Sword Lake's Li Cai and go to North Continent. The next great battle would also be the last battle in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 10,000 years. It did not matter if they were not sword immortals. They could just hide. However, at the end of the great battle in the future, it was inevitable that some demons would escape and head north of the city. Not everyone could survive. Sword immortals of the lower 5 realms. Those who wished for the dead to die and went up to the city to fight would still die if they were not capable enough. However, as long as they could hold on until the end, they could preserve their lives and their future. Sword immortals of the middle 5 realms. Those who wished to live would live. Those who could not die even if they wanted to. Only sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. Their life and death were not in their own hands. The eldest sword immortal had already made arrangements. The eldest sword immortal walked out of the top of the prison steps and threw the white-haired boy he was carrying to the ground. He asked, "Are you tired of living?" The otherworldly celestial devil was prostrating on the ground. The white-haired boy who could do as he pleased in front of Old Deaf and the young hidden official only dared to shake his head and not say a word. A person whose true appearance could not be seen appeared beside Chen Qingdao. Only the sword hanging from his waist could be seen clearly. Chen Qingdao said, "If you don't drink, you won't be able to raise your energy. Your sword is soft. Do you think it's embroidery?" The strange sword immortal who was being scolded did not say a word. Chen Pingan and Old Deaf came in front of the eldest sword immortal. Chen Qingdao grabbed the 2 youths and brought them into this world. They fell to the ground and vomited. Chen Pingan only recognized one of them. He was a nameless 3rd realm sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. His background and aptitude were ordinary. The youth was in charge of distributing the robes and swords of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He would also frequently carry the injured sword immortals away from the city. As for the other youth, Chen Pingan had no impression of him at all. Chen Qingdao said to Old Deaf and the sword immortal, "Keep them by your side and serve them for 100 years. In the future, you can do whatever you want." Old Deaf did not dare to disobey. The sword immortal whose true appearance could not be seen also did not make a sound. To the 2 youths, it was a great fortune. Chen Qingdao looked at the otherworldly demon who was sprawled on the ground. "When it's time to speak, have you become mute?" The white-haired boy hurriedly sat up and said righteously, "Lord Hidden Official should be feeling resentful. Who are you working so hard for? Compared to that tailor, it's even more of a waste. Why did such a great fortune land on the heads of 2 brats who are worse than pigs and dogs? This Chen Qingdao is so unfair, so how can he be a damn hidden official? He might as well rebel against the Great Wall of Sword Chi and go to the wilderness to seek a position that won't lose to Lord Hidden Official. That's what a real man should do." Chen Pingan held his forehead with his hand. The youth who was about to have a sword immortal servant out of nowhere was very uneasy. The other youth who would become Old Deaf's master was very calm. The sword immortal took off his sword and gave it to the youth. Old Deaf looked at the nominal master with a smile. Chen Qingdao led Chen Pingan towards the prison. Chen Qingdao said slowly, "If not for the fact that we are here, the person talking to you would be that otherworldly demon. Life is like a dream. From the moment you focus on refining the water droplet, you will be taken advantage of. You don't believe me? Do you think you are sufficiently wary of that otherworldly demon? Then give it a try." Chen Pingan suddenly stopped and conjured his intrinsic flying sword, Sparrow Caged. Then, he seemed to wake up from a dream. Chen Pingan surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was still sitting cross-legged, refining the water droplet. Old Deaf was still standing by the side with a smile. The green snake and the white-haired boy with the short sword were still sitting cross-legged on the god's shoulder. However, the small world of Sparrow Caged did not exist. It was an illusory scene. Chen Pingan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Heaven and earth changed again. Beneath the prison, seeing the tailor twisting the core, she still leisurely bowed. However, when she raised her head, her eyes were filled with mischief. Am I fake? Does she have to be real? The next moment, Chen Pingan and the youth in the water prison were looking at each other. The youth stood up and smiled. Are you sure that killing me will save the world from a calamity? In another instant, he returned to the sea of clouds. Young Daoist Lu Chen stood on the god's shoulder and smiled. Is my Dao skill high? Without waiting for Chen Pinggan to think, he came to the entrance of the prison. The sword immortal who was shrouded in clouds slowly dispersed, revealing half of his face. He said, "Aren't you curious why my image is blurry? Is it because of the appearance of the sword immortal at the peak of the mountain in your heart?" Scenes flashed past Chen Pinggan's mind one after another. However, there were some additional words. Old Deaf stood under the stone tablet of Partridgey Sky and slowly said, "Master Hidden Official, as the disciple of the literary saint, your knowledge doesn't seem to be high enough." At the entrance of the prison, the eldest sword immortal grabbed the white-haired boy by the neck and slowly walked to the top of the stairs. He suddenly laughed. "Do you really think Chen Qing has such remarkable ability? I didn't expect Master Hidden Official to admire the eldest sword immortal so much. However, he doesn't seem to have a good temper." Two youths were caught by the eldest sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi into the small world. The more timid youth suddenly laughed, so the youth in Master Hidden Official's heart should be wholeheartedly kind. The other youth shook his head. "No, no. Even if he's young, he should have a calm temperament like me. Otherwise, he won't live long." Even if he secretly condensed his consciousness into a mustard seed and went to the water manor, the green-clothed boys were actually gathered outside the door of the water manor. They all had the appearance of extraterrestrial demons. Chen Pinggan's head was getting more and more painful. On the verge of collapsing, he returned to the stairs. After Chen Pinggan sat down, he took out his life-flying sword, Sparrow in the cage. However, he was stunned. Didn't he already take it out? Raising his head, he saw Chen Qing, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, turn his head and ask, "How was it?" Chen Pinggan was stunned speechless. Chen Qingju smiled and said, "You've seen through my illusion and you've won. Have you ever taken a step out of the prison? Are you sure you've really come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? How do you know that everything you have today is just a dream of golden millet that Lu Chen gave you? Is it possible that you're still in your hometown, Mud Bottle Alley? How can you be sure that you're not a fish in Haoliang observing people? Could you be a certain immortal who entered a dream to observe Dao?" Chen Pinggan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He fiercely punched himself until he fainted. On the stairs, the white-haired boy squatted by the side and said in a muffled voice, "Taking advantage of the situation is an unfair victory. This kid is just a little certain. I don't dare to delay his important matters." Chen Pinggan laughed. "Resolving the troubles in front of you has always been Chen Pinggan's strong point." Old Deaf praised from the side, "It's already not easy for our Lord Hidden Official to be able to confirm that he's in prison." The white-haired boy said angrily, "I have too many restrictions here. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't even be able to deliver that punch." He probed, "Chen Qingju, if you have the ability, why don't you let me enter his dream? If he wakes up, I'll call Old Deaf Grandpa." Chen Qingju said, "I don't have the ability." Therefore, the white-haired boy was very tactful and could only dismiss the idea. This was because even if Chen Qingju had no other ability, he had the ability to completely kill this otherworldly demon left behind by an Ascendant Realm Sword Immortal. Semstris Twisting Core appeared in the surroundings. She first bowed respectfully to Chen Qingju before asking curiously, "Boss, why did the Sword Immortal do that?" The unconscious Chen Pinggan seemed to be continuing the dream on his own. His expression kept changing. Sadness, anger, reminiscence, relief, grief, and joy. Chen Qingju frowned. Chen Pinggan knocking him out with a punch wasn't a big deal. It was right. However, now that he was awakened by a punch from an outsider, there was no small hidden danger. The white-haired boy said in a trembling voice, "It really has nothing to do with me." In the end, the young man fell into a deep sleep. His breathing was incomparably stable, as if he was dreaming a good dream that he didn't want to wake up from. Chen Qingju grabbed the white-haired boy's head and lifted him up. He said solemnly, "Go take a look and see what's going on." The otherworldly demon mumbled. After that, Chen Qing increased his strength and it suddenly howled in grief. It had no choice but to disappear in a flash into the young man's dreamscape. After a while, It left the dream and said helplessly, "Strange, strange. There's nothing strange about it. It's just a little kid jumping around in an alley with a face full of smiles." Then, it turned into a small yard with snow falling. A child who hasn't grown up much was in high spirits and also looked very happy. These two scenes were repeated over and over again without being shaken by thunder. "There are only these two pictures." Old Deaf probed, "Is there anyone else in the picture scrolls? Can you conjure someone and use words to break the dream?" The white-haired boy shook his head. "It's difficult. The picture scrolls are too blurry. This is a small world, and there's a big world between it and the vast world. This brat's hometown seems to be another small world. I'm not familiar with this brat's life, so how can I do it? If I really tamper with it, it'll be easy for him to sink deeper into it. When that time comes, even immortals won't be able to save him." In an instant, Chen Pingan opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, his back drenched in sweat. Chen Qingdu let out a sigh of relief and asked, "How did you get out of the dream?" Chen Pingan kept silent. Chen Qingdu shook his head and sighed. "You should know how difficult it is to enter the upper 5 realms in the future." Chen Pingan nodded and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Chen Qingdu looked at the otherworldly demon, and the latter immediately promised, "This brat will be my grandfather in the future. I promise I won't mess around." Chen Qingdu left with Old Deaf and Twisted Shin. The white-haired boy didn't dare to stay for long, afraid that Chen Qingdu, who was in a bad mood, would vent his anger on him. In the end, only Chen Pingan was left behind. After they left, Chen Pingan smiled. He had a good dream. At the end of the dream, he dreamt that someone bowed and someone returned the gesture, so the former didn't know. It was him when he was young. At that time, he was still carrying a large basket. After Mr. Qi bowed and returned the gesture, he smiled and said goodbye to his junior brother. Chen Pingan didn't remember such a thing. He only knew that he had indeed bowed and thanked Mr. Qi back then. If it wasn't a good dream, then what was it? 673. Chen Pingan sat on the steps, rolled up his trousers, took off his boots, and placed them into the white jade item. As for the other 2 items, the one that Yang Ming lent to him had already been sent to the pill workshop to be repaired by an expert. The remaining Daoist token item was exchanged with Sun Qing, the chief of Sparrow Manor, using the Kassoon well. At that time, he even earned an additional 30 grains of grain rain money. If all the businessmen in the world were as straightforward as Sparrow Manor, Chen Pingan would not complain even if he carried an entire manor on his back, let alone carrying a Kassoon well. Of course, if the mansions could be refined into bonsai like Spring Banner House and Plum Blossom Garden, the more the better. The item that was related to Daoist Sun under the heavens had already been entrusted to Alliance to pass to the Daoist Saint. At that moment, Chen Pingan carried the near-hand object and walked through the venerating sword pavilion. After collecting all the Sword Immortals' portraits, the near-hand object was asked for by the Great Sword Immortal. When it was returned, it had already been set up with a secret restriction. Even the owner, Chen Pingan, could not open it. He did not know what the Great Sword Immortal was up to. Chen Pingan walked along the veritable divine path under his feet and went to the bottom of the prison alone. He gently rolled up his sleeves. The human body was a small world, and the heaven and earth were the human body. This saying could not be viewed as a simple Daoist general term. This prison that did not even have a name, together with the 6 great demons of the upper 5 realms, imprisoned a total of 70 demon cultivators. Excluding the 3 from the lower 5 realms, including the young man in the water prison, most of the cultivators were earth immortals. They were all ferocious people. If they were placed in the wasteland world or the vast world, they would be the heroes of a region. Without exception, all of them had killed sword cultivators on the battlefield. Most of them had even destroyed more than one natal flying sword. As Chen Pingan walked, a few great demons of the upper 5 realms who were hiding in silence appeared from the miasma of the prison. They approached the sword-light fence, either in their true form or in human form. They sized up the young man who was wearing a green robe and had rolled up sleeves. He could even speak elegant words of the wasteland world. A great demon in human form stood near the fence of the prison. He looked like a middle-aged man who had cast a camouflage spell. He wore a green robe and looked very elegant, like a scholar. There was a bamboo flute at his waist. It was clear as if it had been there for thousands of years and was unwilling to leave. He tapped lightly on a sword light with his finger. His skin clashed with the sword light, and his flesh was instantly mangled with a sizzling sound. A strange fragrance that was absolutely devoid of meat was suffused. He asked with a smile, "Young man, is the great wall of sword chi about to fall?" Chen Pingan stopped and looked at the great demon across the sword light fence. He nodded and said, "To us, it's not good news." According to the records of the Summer Palace, this great demon's alias was Yun Qing. His true form was a rainbow one, and his feathers were the best material for refining daoist feather clothes. Therefore, when the great demon ascended to the upper 5 realms, he naturally had a magic robe that was equivalent to a half-immortal weapon. However, the feathers of the great demon Yun Qing were extremely slow to grow. After being imprisoned here for 700 years, the Pill Workshop only managed to collect 7 feathers. They were sold to 3 daoist sects one after another. The great demon Yun Qing asked with a smile, "Is Yu Qing dead? Have I ascended to the upper 5 realms?" Chen Pingan answered truthfully, "Yu Qing isn't dead. I'm already the youngest sword immortal in the wasteland world." Yun Qing nodded and gave his thanks. His figure disappeared into the thick miasma again, and he seemed to sigh. After passing through the next cage, the great demon that had revealed his true form crazily rammed into the sword-light fence. The latter was indestructible, and the clouds in the cage churned. The great demon's efforts were in vain, and it only caused a bloody storm. The loach was in the mud, and it fed on the flood dragons in hopes of transforming into a dragon. Chen Pingan asked, "Is there a shortcut to the path of the water race's transformation into a dragon?" Just like the heavenly fox's Tao, as long as the heavenly master's seal is imprinted on the fox's skin, he can avoid the heavenly tribulation. Many ghosts and spirits would need to form a group with a person under their protection to have a chance of escaping the pursuit of the gods in their respective territories. There were countless ghosts and monsters in the world that were blocked by mountains and rivers. Not only that, there were rumors that many flood dragons, when they failed to cross the river, would use all kinds of methods to find various places of protection, seals, and even hide in 2 lines of words in a sage's book. However, there were some things that Chen Pingan had seen with his own eyes, and there were more like rumors that he had never had the chance to verify. The great demon suddenly quietened down and slowly transformed into a human. It was an old man with a withered face. "Little brat, give me 1/2 kilogram of fresh blood in exchange." Chen Pingan said, 1/2 kilogram. The great demon originally thought that it was just a joke to relieve boredom, but he didn't expect this young man to be so stupid as to really bargain. The old man held the sword-light fence tightly with both hands, and his eyes were full of vigor. He laughed loudly, "Little brat, you're not old, but your chi and blood aren't bad. The blood essence of your heart is only 3 grams. The blood of your 5 viscera and 6 bowels that are stuck to the path of your soul, 8 grams. Ordinary blood, at least 1/2 kilogram. Just give it to me, and your grandfather will pass on to you a priceless immortal mantra. Let alone a flood dragon descendant, even a monster of the water race will be able to transform into a dragon without any hindrance." Chen Pingan remained silent. After waiting for a few moments for the great demon to show some surprise, he finally said, "Is the secret gate-opening art of the Yeluohe so simple? I've seen your master's methods, and they're not limited to just this." This great demon, who was only separated by a fence, had actually used a technique that could be considered an extremely high-quality water ghost dragging technique. Monsters and monsters used their gazes to pry into one's heart, and with just the slightest thought, one's organs would be shaken and one's soul would be taken away, becoming a puppet. The Yeluohe was the undisputed domain of water in the world of wastelands, and the monsters of the water race were powerful. Some of the water ghosts and water immortals of the Great Lakes and rivers were fond of using poisonous life substitution techniques to drag people into the water and reverse their yin and yang, bewitching people's hearts. Thus, there were many people in the world who, when lacking in yang energy, ancestral yin, and luck, would inexplicably throw themselves into the water. The old man put away his injured hands. His wounds healed at an extremely fast speed. The blood mist that was burned by the sword light did not leak out of the cage at all. The old man sneered and said, "If it wasn't for the restriction, you would have been lying on the ground in a state of bliss by now." Chen Pingan said, "If not for the fact that I wasn't a sword immortal, I would already be eating a pot of loach stewed with tofu. Water ginseng is very nourishing and can even sober you up." The old man's face darkened. In the world of wastelands, this great demon was called Chinchyo, a homonym for green loach. What a waste of a good name like Chinchyo. Chen Pingan asked, "Are you going to do business or not?" The old man's body changed, and the smell of blood in the prison surged. The great monster showed his true form. His eyes were as big as lanterns, and his huge head was close to the sword-light fence. He looked down from above and stared at the young man who spoke without thinking. Chen Pingan turned and left. The great demon said, "Yes, Grandpa is thirsty. First, give me half a gin of fresh blood to quench my thirst. If it tastes good, Grandpa will give you the remaining half a gin, and then I'll tell you about the shortcut of transforming into a dragon to avoid disaster." The youth nodded and continued forward. The great demon banged his head against the bars and angrily said, "You bastard, you dare to play with your ancestor." Chen Pingan turned his head and said, "Later, I'll have old Def come and take your 3 chen of heart blood essence. Remember to think carefully about your words and don't deceive me. I said half a gin of ordinary blood earlier, but you still didn't agree. I don't understand. Enough, is this how you do business?" After Chen Pingan left, old Def chuckled as he stood outside the great demon's Qingqiu prison. Beside him was a muddle-headed youth named Yoyu. His name was strange, and it was said that the youth's Tao preacher had casually named him after seeing the words on the tablets in an alley. The other youth was named Du Shanyin. The 2 youths who didn't know each other had completely different attitudes toward the young hidden official. The former kept a respectful distance from him, while the latter wanted to become a big shot like the hidden official, even in his dreams. When interacting with the barefoot youth, Qingqiu was very casual. After seeing old Def, he immediately retreated into the fog. Old Def glanced at the fog in the prison and nodded. "So there's a saying about this loach being a ginseng in the water. It can sober one up. I've learned something else." Yoyu said softly, "Lord Hidden Official is very knowledgeable." Old Def smiled. "He's even more vengeful. Don't provoke this kind of scholar in the future." The great demon on the throne looked up. The master of the old Yeluohei was the master of the great demon Qingqiu. That old woman had once killed a traveling sword immortal surnamed Yu on the battlefield, causing the hidden official to be poked in the back by sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, the young hidden official had been very polite to the great demon Yunqing. When he saw the loach, one of the 4 great dangers of the Yeluohei, he began to settle the score. He first collected some interest and earned whatever he could. Yoyu said nervously, "Grandpa Def, I didn't even dare to speak when I saw Lord Hidden Official, so how could I provoke someone who seems to be in the heavens? I definitely wouldn't dare. Besides, Lord Hidden Official has exhausted himself for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and I respect him very much. Now I'm regretting that I was too cowardly and didn't get to speak with him." The Great Wall of Sword Qi only referred to the youngest generation. In everyone's eyes, the young hidden official might be different. For example, Jiang Yun and Yuan Zhaohua were martial artists who practiced martial arts. The poor children who listened to the stories of the mountains and rivers told by the second shopkeeper at the corners of the streets. The young sword cultivators like Sun Zhao who had never seen a young hidden official before but had heard so much about him that his ears were filled with calluses. In addition, there were also young boys and girls like Yoyu and Du Shan who could already go to the top of the city wall to kill demons. Old Def said, "Fortune and misfortune are imminent, so there's nothing to be afraid of." Yoyu nodded vigorously. "I'll remember it." Old Def said with a smile, "I don't know what Sword Immortal boss is thinking. You should switch places with that ambitious Du Shan. You should be able to get along well with that drunkard. Who knows? You might have a great fortune in the future." The young god was dejected. His constitution and temperament were too weak. He had probably disappointed senior old Def. Chen Pingan was still walking and stopping. He was neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll in the mountains. The seven-tailed fox demon used all of her methods. When the young hidden official passed by, she changed her appearance several times in a short time. She used her original appearance and camouflage to become a voluptuous woman, a young girl with light rouge on her face, a petite nun, or a cold woman with a crown. In the end, even her gender was blurred, and she became a delicate and pretty youth. She saw that the young man didn't stop walking, so she took off her clothes and exposed her body. She was as beautiful as jade and knelt beside the sword light bars to sob, begging for his attention. Chen Pinggan didn't pay any attention to her. His heart was as still as water as he observed withered bones. The fox demon didn't give up. When the young man with a heart of stone was facing the cage, she pounced forward with her hands on the ground. Her voice was soft as if she was weeping and complaining. Her back was straight, like the rise and fall of a mountain range. Chen Pinggan walked straight into the distance. He walked to the fourth last cell. This was a dragon gate cultivator. He was skilled in concealing his presence. His trump cards were 2 life-bound items that could bind flying swords. He was a ruthless fellow who loved to slaughter sword cultivators on the battlefield. Actually, Chen Pinggan didn't really like this kind of action. On the side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Sword Immortals, Nailand Saihuan, and Qi Shou were all famous for being ruthless. However, according to the records of the hidden official's lineage, this Dragon Gate cultivator who came from a large sect in the wilderness was famous for his brutality in his hometown and among the demon race. He was especially fond of buying bamboo boxes, which were regarded as bastards in the wilderness. He had once bought several female sword cultivator captives with the great demon Chong Guang on the mountain. One could imagine what happened to him. Chen Pinggan said softly, "Senior Twisting Heart, help me open the door." Chen Pinggan knew the secret technique of the prison's restriction, but he couldn't open it. The sewing woman appeared, and the sword light fence instantly disappeared. Chen Pinggan walked forward and found that she had no intention of leaving. Chen Pinggan stood at the door, his back facing the tragic woman. He was about to speak. Twisting Heart said, "Isn't the hidden official overestimating himself? Or is it because of your face that you don't want outsiders to see the brutality of a Confucian disciple? There's no need." Chen Pinggan nodded and rolled up his sleeves. About half an hour later, Twisting Heart looked at the back of the squatting figure. Only the head of the Dragon Gate cultivator was still intact. Below the neck, the rest was a pile of mud, but it wasn't dead. The skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and soul were inserted layer by layer in a leisurely manner. It seemed that the young hidden official had suffered a lot in his path of martial arts. He was like an expert who had been ill for a long time. Even the Dragon Gate cultivator, whose body and mind were tough enough, was begging to kill me, kill me. Chen Pinggan only cut out one of the cultivator's eyeballs and crushed it lightly. He wiped the cultivator's forehead a few times with his finger and asked, "Is there a slight difference in the human form that the cultivator transforms?" Twisting Heart nodded and said, "It's not just the cultivator transforms that are different. Even we, who study the Daoist techniques of the world, come from the same source but have different branches. Those that can be called authentic can all ignore the influence of the branches as much as possible. Unorthodox Taoists are second, evil Taoists and demonic Taoists are second. They can all climb the mountain with different difficulties and strengths. The more authentic they are, the more precisely they can grasp the meridians of the human body, and the fewer detours. The reason is simple: the wider the path, the more abundant the spiritual qi, and the endless stream of horses and carriages. If the path is narrow and rugged, the circulation of spiritual qi will be limited. However, nothing is absolute. Talented cultivators are not restricted by this principle and can still reach the top. Chen Pinggan stretched out a finger and pressed it against the cultivator's forehead. He gently slid it down like a knife and then gently peeled off the cultivator's skin. Twisting Heart saw that his movements were slow and steady. Most importantly, his state of mind was unperturbed. There was no resentment, no sorrow, and no joy. He was simply a natural tailor and executioner. Among the 10 types of cultivators listed under the heavens, the executioner and the sewing man had many similarities. Twisting Heart reminded, killing a Dragon Gate cultivator with a weak physique is not enough for me to tailor. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I know. I'm just warming up because I plan to learn the art of tailoring from Senior Twisting Heart. Twisting Heart shook her head and said, I advise you not to get involved in this path. You will only be hated by the heavens and earth and obstruct the great path. A martial artist becomes a god and a sword cultivator ascends to the heavens. This is the path that a secluded official should take. Chen Pinggan poked the cultivator's forehead and stood up slowly. He said slowly, there is no need to worry about spells. You just need to be calm. Evil people will be punished by evil people. Evil people will only be punished by evil people. It's a difference of one word. The former is too helpless and the latter is too absolute. I don't think both are right. Twisting Heart was silent. Chen Pinggan walked out of the prison and went to the next cage. According to the records of the Summer Palace, he could just punch as he pleased. The only similarity between different methods was that he would first announce his name. Vast world, Chen Pinggan. Twisting Heart followed behind the young man and watched the entire process from the beginning to the end. Twisting Heart would open the embroidered bag on her waist and take out different thin needles and short knives to deal with the corpse. The young secluded official would stand at the side and watch. Twisting Heart's yin spirit was very strange. Her yin spirit was already as small as a mustard seed and could not be seen clearly. Her yin spirit also had to hold an even smaller natal item, the embroidery needle. When Chen Pinggan was facing a golden core demon, he allowed the other party to attack with all his might and did not retaliate. When confronting a golden core sword cultivator, Twisting Heart was surprised to find that the young secluded official had disappeared into thin air, as if he had isolated a small world. After deactivating the innate ability of the flying sword, Chen Pinggan watched as Qi Xin dealt with the corpse. He asked, Senior Qi Xin, among the 10 types of Qi refinement warriors, including the tailor, how many types have you personally seen? Twisting Heart's hands did not stop moving. She skillfully selected the marrow, pulled out the tendons and broke the bones smoothly. However, it had little to do with pleasing the eyes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Twist Xin told the young hermit some secrets that were not even recorded in the Summer Palace. The lone riders of the South Sea who carried the Dragon King basket to capture the weary dragon and steal the water fate served a great demon who had fought with the Fire Dragon Immortal. Even the Fire Dragon Immortal, who was slightly stronger than the Fire Dragon Immortal, could not break the ancient mountain and water formation at the bottom of the sea after 10 years. It was said that the ruins used to be one of the main palaces of the ancient water god. Chen Pinggan heard this and said, Fire Dragon Immortal was indeed an unworldly master. Twisting Heart did not raise her head and asked casually, have you seen Fire Dragon Immortal before? She was sculpting and imprisoning the heart that was cut open by the young secluded official and the golden core of the demon that was hanging next to it. Her tiny yin spirit was threading the needle. Chen Pinggan nodded. Twisting Heart raised her head and stopped what she was doing. Fire Dragon Immortal was the one who killed my master. Chen Pinggan did not answer. Senior, please continue. I am not interested in the past grudges of the world. Twisting Heart's gaze was still on Chen Pinggan. Her eyes were getting more and more heated. Chen Pinggan accepted his fate. Of course, he could not be the only one to collect debts from the great demon, Qing Qiu. He had to allow Twisting Heart to settle the score with him. Twisting Heart continued to talk about those strange things. Perhaps it was because he had been in prison for hundreds of years that it was rare to meet a living person. The sewing man was not stingy with his words. Those passers-by who had refined ancient tombs and triggered the invasion of the Yu army could change the heaven and earth and turn 1,000 li of land into a place of the Yu army once they tore open their life banners and staked everything on it. There was also the beautiful corpse. Her charm was better than a fox's charm. She was half human and half ghost. Even immortals could not detect her. She liked to mess around in the palace. It was just that the beautiful corpse rarely appeared. However, before her whereabouts were exposed, she was destined to leave behind many deeds in the history books. There were also the flower thieves on the mountain who specialized in capturing the spirits of plants and flowers to refine them into pills. The 12 flowers concoction Small Dan. If they captured 108 flower tree spirits, they would concoct a Big Dan. Their methods were extremely vicious, but their effects were shocking. They were the archenemies of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land. It was said that the founder of the Flower Thief sect had a secret feud with the flower mistress of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land. Many sanctimonious immortal masters were eliminated in name, but in reality, they were worshipped. They were rich and made a lot of money. Chen Pingan heard this and asked curiously, "Those goddesses of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land, do they really have the true spirits of ancient flowers among them?" Because he thought of the heavenly official goddess of the skeleton beach city of murals. Twisting Heart nodded, "I once caught an original infant realm flower thief and brought him to the 100 Flowers Blessed Land to exchange for a key treasure. I can confirm that the 4 flower deities were indeed very old. Instead, the flower mistress of the Blessed Land was a latecomer." At this point, Twisting Heart glanced at the young man. "It's a poem that has been passed down from generation to generation." Chen Pingan smiled, "Reciting poems has always been something I'm not good at. It seems that I'm destined to have no fate with the 100 Flowers Blessed Land." Twisting Heart said something inappropriate. "Are you sure you can return to the vast world alive?" Chen Pingan said, "I'll try my best." Twisting Heart continued to talk about the god of plagues. Actually, it could not be said to be a pure good or evil person. It was a pitiful person who was hated by gods and ghosts. It was suppressed by the Tao, and almost everyone's life was not in its own hands. They were either imprisoned by the righteous Qi cultivators and isolated from the world for the rest of their lives, or they were raised by the evil cultivators from a young age as puppets and accomplices. At the very least, they could threaten the imperial court and become a money tree. Once they were thrown onto the battlefield, their killing power would be extremely great and there would be endless trouble. The plague would spread and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Within 100 years, not even a blade of grass would grow and miasma would be rampant. There was also the immortal dove. As the name suggests, it was a dove that specialized in taking over the magpie's nest. Any Qi cultivator in the world could be used as a magpie's nest by them. They could plant their thoughts in the hearts of others without anyone knowing. There was also a type of teacher fairy who traveled between the world of the living and the underworld without permission. It was the most secretive. There was also the debt collector who specialized in targeting the foolish people in the streets and villages. He could transfer his negative karma to his enemies and also secretly collect the incense from the clans and temples. Finally, there was the mirror seller who traveled everywhere and specialized in capturing and refining the shadows of the ordinary people. He wantonly captured people's souls, determined their fate and took away their fortune for his own use. As for the mirror seller, Twisting Shin also mentioned a rumor that was not known to be true. In the history of the vast world, there was once a talented mirror seller who tried to refine the bright moon into a dressing mirror. Once it was done, the world, whether it was the ordinary people or the cultivators, would have to look up to the mirror. The consequences could be imagined. After listening to the strange inside stories on the mountain, Chen Pingan sighed softly. Those who have achieved Tao live a long life. As long as they are willing to travel around, there will always be strange people and strange things to see. While they were talking, Chen Pingan also saw Twisting Shin's natal item. It was the 10 embroidery needles that her yin-yang god held. There was an extremely thin 7-colored luster at the end of the needles, which was aimed at the 3 souls and 7 spirits respectively. After finishing what she was doing, Twisting Shin returned to her yin-yang god. She stood up and said, "I made a rough calculation. There are more than 60 demons. If you can kill them all, I can sew 32 places for you. You are a pure martial artist, so the palm lines, the back of the hand, and the 5 fingers will all have to be done. The face aperture acupoints mainly focus on the pair of eyes. The heart is naturally the most important part. I will pierce it with a needle and thread and twist the heart. It may take a long time. The back is mainly the spine. After peeling off the skin, I will pull the entire spine out an inch or so. These are not too difficult, but the 3 souls and 7 spirits are the key. After sewing and putting on clothes, that is when the real suffering begins. Chen Pinggan was expressionless. Twisting Shin nodded. He was not old, but he was bold. Then the young hermit picked up the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. 674. Chen Pinggan and Twist Shin walked to a cage. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He was barely breathing. He was as thin as firewood and was all skin and bones. However, his fist intent was majestic. Wisps of fist intent materialized like countless tiny flood dragons coiled around the man's body. He was a genuine far-wandering cultivator. During the battle before Chen Pinggan arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, this pure martial artist from the wildlands had killed 6 sword cultivators with his fists. One of them was an earth-immortal sword cultivator. The man opened his eyes and asked, "You're here to kill me?" Chen Pinggan nodded. The man glanced at the woman sewing clothes behind Chen Pinggan and said calmly, "Take your own head." He knew he was no match for that ugly woman who looked neither human nor ghost. She was vicious and had caused him to suffer a lot. Chen Pinggan said, "A battle of Q-seeking fist. Life and death." The man sneered, "A pure martial artist from the Great Wall of Sword Chi wants to use me as a whetstone? I'm afraid that if I punch you, you'll be hugging that woman's waist and crying out in pain." "Haha, it's a pity that this woman isn't pretty." Chen Pinggan said, "Senior Twist Shin, close the cage door. We'll open it after we kill one of them." Twist Shin closed the door. A fence of sword lights appeared. Inside the cage were 2 martial artists. The man stood up. "You're pretty straightforward." Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and said, "Vast world, Chen Pinggan." The man was slightly taken aback. He cupped his fists and said, "Wildlands Golden Creek City, Hong Yin." A far-wandering cultivator and a golden body cultivator attacked at the same time. Inside the cage, energy from their fists surged. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of punches. Chen Pinggan mostly used his fists and legs to neutralize his opponent's attacks. He defended more than he attacked. In the end, Hong Yin's leg swept across his waist. His feet were still rooted to the ground, but he only moved about 10 feet away. Hong Yin pushed off the ground and closed in. However, Chen Pinggan turned his body and raised his leg. He bent his knee and kicked Hong Yin's abdomen. He changed his strength and pressed Hong Yin to the ground. Chen Pinggan did not pursue. Instead, he took 2 steps back and placed one hand behind his back. His other hand opened into a palm and placed it in front of him. The fist lowered. However, his fists were rising. Hong Yin, who wasn't seriously injured, slapped the ground with his palm and flipped himself up. He asked, "Are you stopping now?" Chen Pinggan said, "I know your foundation, but you don't know mine, so I'll let you test me. From now on, I'll give you 100 punches to test whether my punches are light or heavy." After that, Hong Yin twisted his wrist. His spine, ribs, and all the joints in his body were like a fish flipping its back. The energy from his fists exploded and his divine intent poured out. He had indeed wanted to test Chen Pinggan when he exchanged moves earlier. Hong Yin laughed, "If you really have the confidence to say that, you have to be at the 9th realm." The man had only heard of pure martial artists in the vast world. Due to their innate physiques, they were all trash. Chen Pinggan shook his head, "I haven't reached far wandering yet. However, killing Hu Kuei men on the battlefield is not a small price. I haven't fully recovered even now. However, I'll be frank with you. When I fight, it's never a problem whether I'm injured or not." Hong Yin walked slowly, while Chen Pinggan just stood in place. He didn't even shift his gaze, allowing Hong Yin to walk a path that wasn't too far away. As an extremely powerful far-roaming boundary expert, Hong Yin had naturally heard of Hu Kuei Gate, who wore extremely fancy attire. Hong Yin had never seen him, but had heard of him. He liked to wear bright red armor, and wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown with 2 extremely long feathers. His entire body was covered in precious treasures. As a result, Hong Yin did not think much of Hu Kuei men. As a pure martial artist, he should have nothing but his fists. For example, The barefoot young man before him with his sleeves rolled up was refreshing and very pure. Hong Yin asked, "Are all the martial artists in the vast world like you? Do they all have to make things clear before they attack? Are there such strange rules?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "I just want you to feel a little better before you die." After pausing for a moment, Chen Pinggan was still honest with him. "You haven't fought for too long. Your fists are rusty, and you're too wary of the woman outside the cage. Your fists are far from being at their peak. What's the point of me killing you with just a few punches?" Hong Yin said no more. The fist of martial artists was a matter of principle. It only depended on the weight of the fist and the skill of the fist. In the following 100 punches, Hong Yin's punches were swift and violent. His aura was like a whale swallowing rainbows, living up to his name. A knee strike smashed into his opponent's chest. The young man in green slid back a dozen steps. He only took a stance without punching out. His spine shook like a dragon vein, dispersing all of the force. Hong Yin's fist also smashed into his opponent's shoulder. Taking advantage of the slight gap in his opponent's body, Hong Yin's fists surged. He smashed into the young man, almost knocking him into the sword-light fence. However, his opponent's gaze, expression, and even his fists were almost deathly still, not moving at all. Hong Yin's final kick swept towards his opponent's neck, causing him to flip a few times. In the end, he actually pressed his palm against the ground, head facing the ground and feet facing the sky. His body was completely still. His eyes were tightly shut. His left hand was in front of him, forming a sword seal. In the last few punches of the 100 punches, Hong Yin twisted his body and threw the young man with his long arm, sending him flying. The latter's breathing was heavy. He pointed to the ground and flipped a few times, changing his landing position continuously. He just happened to dodge Hong Yin's punches. In the end, the young man stood still, right in the line between Hong Yin and Nai Xin. The 100 punches had already ended. It was not that Hong Yin did not want to fight to the death in an instant, but his instincts as a martial artist made him not dare to casually get close to his opponent. Hong Yin stopped in his tracks, greatly surprised. Nai Xin was also very curious. As a Qi refinement warrior who was half a wild cultivator in the Jinjiao continent, Nai Xin had traveled around for hundreds of years. She was also a tailor who specialized in finding good silk. She was not unfamiliar with pure martial artists in the vast world. Even if it was a 9th-tier martial artist, she had also encountered a hurried battle on a narrow path. Since when did a young man who was not even 30 years old have the bearing of a grandmaster? Moreover, the martial artists of the remote travel realm and the peak grandmasters that Nai Xin had seen mostly had a domineering aura. Even if their divine aura was restrained and their fists were in the right place, once they fought with their fists, it was still a heroic spirit that could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split open. They definitely did not have the kind of indifference and calmness of this young man's fists. After the two exchanged punches, Nai Xin found some clues. Chen Ping'an's choice was even stranger, as if he had changed his mind. Hong Yin fought to his heart's content, while Chen Ping'an still did not go overboard. However, he did not dodge much and focused on blocking. After about half an incense's time, Hong Yin suddenly retracted his fists and asked doubtfully, "I've already changed my martial qi twice. You're still fighting with one qi?" Chen Ping'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and did not answer the question. "I'll come back in 2 days to exchange pointers with you." Hong Yin shook his head and took a deep breath. He said in a deep voice, "It's fine if you look down on Golden Creek City's Hong Yin. Martial arts are not as good as others, so you don't deserve the admiration of your opponent. But you, Chen Ping'an, don't tell me you look down on martial arts." Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment and nodded. "Senior, you're right." Chen Ping'an finally changed to a pure qi. His fists looked loose on the outside, like an ape, but inside, there was a dragon. He used Zhong Qiu's peak fist stance to support himself and directly started with the deity drum beating style. Before the martial artist Hong Yin died, his expression was like a fish on a hook, suddenly freed. As usual, Nai Xin collected the corpse. However, this time Chen Ping'an did not watch. He just sat outside the cage and drank a mouthful of wine. He was already familiar with many sewing techniques. Nai Xin, on the other hand, seemed to have nothing to do and asked, "How did you learn this fist technique?" Chen Ping'an's back was facing the cage. He said slowly, "The person who taught me this fist technique did not like to talk about fist principles. He only said a few sentences, but there's one sentence that I dare not forget. My fist is in the sky, and there's no one in front of me." Nai Xin nodded. That martial artist is so bold. After that, Chen Ping'an went to the next prison. The demon imprisoned was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. The sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm came from a sword sect called the Lofty Glory sect. There were only a few sects in the wilderness that used sword cultivators as their foundation. It was completely different from the vastness world. Not any sword immortal in the upper 5 realms could establish a sect in the wilderness. Even if the sect's flag was raised, it would not be able to hold on. Great demons ran rampant in the wilderness. They were unscrupulous. Among them, they hated sword cultivator sects the most. After all, sword immortals and sword cultivators were the most precious. Therefore, great demons did not kill people. They only harmed the mountains and rivers' great formations. After a while, who could withstand such torment? Therefore, every sword cultivator sect in the wilderness, as long as they could survive the 100 years when they were first established, they would become an extremely powerful sect. According to the secret records of the Summer Refuge Palace, the Lofty Glory sect once had a sword immortal hidden in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Later, his identity was exposed and he was killed. The Lofty Glory sect used several sinister secret techniques to capture the sword immortal's soul and forced him to cultivate in the sword. In the end, the sword immortal was refined into a puppet that still had some intelligence left. However, he could only listen to the orders of others. He appeared during the siege of the city and was killed by the Yang family's chief reverend, Li Tuimi, and was freed. In this prison, after Nai Xin opened the door, Chen Ping'an introduced himself. He only said the 2 words Q-sword and took out the caged sparrow. Unexpectedly, the sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm knelt on the ground and said that he was willing to swear loyalty to Chen Ping'an in exchange for his life. Seeing that the young man was unmoved, the sword cultivator was even more decisive. He was willing to sacrifice his Dao foundation to strip off his natal flying sword and give it to Chen Ping'an. He only wanted to continue living in this prison. This sword cultivator, who was a direct disciple of the Lofty Glory sect's ancestral hall, fought on the battlefield and his sword was extremely unpredictable. His natal flying sword, Heavenly Sound, had 2 natal abhinas. Wherever the flying sword passed, no other flying sword could be seen. There was only the extremely faint sound of mosquitoes and flies. If the sound of mosquitoes and flies rang in a person's ears, it would cause quite a commotion. It would vibrate violently in a person's chi residence and acupuncture point, and naturally, it was a great killing force that was as loud as thunder. Furthermore, the thunderous sound of the flying sword naturally contained the true meaning of 5 thunders. The most difficult thing to guard against was that when an enemy detected the flying sword, they had to identify its location by the sound. However, once they heard the sound, the flying sword would rush into the sword cultivator's body even faster. As soon as the sword chi moved, wind, thunder, clouds, and rain would immediately occur in a person's small world. It was precisely because this demonic sword cultivator's flying sword was too illogical that he was specifically targeted by the 2 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and was imprisoned. After Chen Ping'an obtained the Heavenly Sound, he kept the flying sword, Sparrow, in the cage. There were some records of the Lofty Glory sect's secret sword techniques in the Summer Palace. However, Chen Ping'an asked again and found that there were many omissions. Chen Ping'an and Cixin looked at each other. She immediately understood and entered the prison. At the same time, a small and exquisite yin spirit flew out of the body, holding 10 embroidery needles of different colors. After knowing that he was going to die, the sword cultivator was filled with hatred and cursed Chen Ping'an incessantly. Cixin was rather satisfied. Previously, when she fought with the rainbow drinking fist, Wu Fu Hongyin died too easily. She had too little resentment towards the young hermit, which was not a good thing. Seshin's sewing technique not only involved the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, it could also gather resentment. Chen Pinggan stood at the door and drank another mouthful of wine. He was very thrifty. He could not wait until he was really suffering and not be able to drink wine. Seshin fiddled with the sword cultivator's golden core and said casually, "You can't always have things go your way when you are in your position." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I have already thought through these things. There is no need for a reason to kill demons in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It is the same whether I am a hermit or not. The only thing I am unhappy about is that my cultivation level is too low. If I were to face any of the sovereign-level demons now, I would die. Not to mention them, it is already very difficult to face a nascent soul sword cultivator. If I were to face a sword immortal, I would definitely die. It is too difficult to become a sword immortal." Seshin smiled and said, "I don't think it is too difficult to become a Realm 5 sword cultivator at such a young age." Chen Pinggan was speechless. It was rare for the sewing woman to joke. It was so cold that it was terrifying. Previously, Old Death had asked for 3 grams of blood essence from the Loach demon. The young hermit was not human when it came to doing business. Old Death had also asked for a few more kilograms of meat from the Yeluohei Jr. Anyway, he had taken in a young master who seemed to know how to cook. He had a pot of good wine and a pot of the loach tofu stew that the young hermit mentioned. It was truly a life of immortals. As for the simple and honest young man's master title, would Old Death take it seriously? Did he really think that he was an ascendant realm cultivator who ate meat and chanted Buddhist scriptures? What the eldest sword immortal did was just to give you an opportunity. At most, it was a protective talisman. As long as the young man did not have the ability to receive the opportunity, once the 100-year time limit was up, his life and death would be clear. If it was the clever Du Shanyin, Old Death would have already thought of how to deal with Du Shanyin 100 years later. That was why it was said that fortune favors fools. Yu was too stupid. Old Death was too embarrassed to make a move because it was not interesting. And Yu did not take the master-servant relationship seriously. That was where the young man's true path to survival lay. That was why reading more was still a good thing. Just as the young hermit had said, one should never treat an ascendant realm as a great demon. Old Death grabbed Yu's shoulder and they left the dungeon that had almost suffocated him. They circled around the corpses of several demons and the broken golden bodies of gods. As far as the eye could see, it was a treasured land that brought peace to the young man's mind. There was a gurgling stream, and in front of the thatched hut by the stream, there was a huge grape trellis. The lush green covered the vast land, and even the sleeves of his clothes were jade green. Every time Yu took a breath, he felt relaxed and happy. It was a mysterious feeling that his spiritual energy and sword energy had been cleansed, allowing him to directly skip the chi refinement stage. The more it was like this, the more the reserved young man did not dare to breathe loudly. In the end, he was still a guest who had come to visit, so the young man did not dare to be rash. Old Death smiled. Just focus on breathing and guiding. You don't need a few breaths of spiritual energy. A small fish swimming in the river can't drink the water until it dries up. Old Death stopped. Master hasn't returned yet. Let's wait for a while. Yu nodded vigorously, feeling very nervous. That was because the senior beside him had told him about the identity of the Sword Immortal, a penal officer. An ancient official position that had disappeared many years ago in the history of Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was on the same level as the hidden official. Old Death didn't go into detail and only said that the Sword Immortal of the penal officer felt guilty and was too ashamed to show his face to others. In another direction, 2 people slowly walked over along the stream. They were the Sword Immortal whose face could not be seen and the young Du Shanyin. Around Du Shanin's waist hung a few small pouches that were weaved from silver threads. They gave off a golden light that was as dazzling as the morning sun. Old Death smiled. No wonder. In this heaven and earth, the corpses of great demons and gods were in the invisible river of time. Their corpses were continuously decaying, melting, and peeling off. However, the golden bodies of the gods would occasionally have some accidents. For example, piles of golden sand. What was even rarer was the fragments of the golden bodies. That young hidden official had traveled previously, but his luck wasn't good. He didn't see a single one of them. On the other hand, the young Du Shanyin had followed the Sword Immortal and returned with a full load. That Sword Immortal would definitely not take the initiative to destroy the corpses of the gods. Every day, he would just wait for money to fall from the sky and bend down to pick it up. He must have brought Du Shanyin along to see how his luck was. Beside the stream, there was a woman pounding clothes on a green stone chopping board, striking the clothes with a pestle. Du Shanyin shouted and she suddenly raised her head. Her face was radiant and beautiful. Du Shanyin suddenly became absent-minded. There was a small girl washing muslin holding a bamboo basket beside the woman pounding clothes. Her bright eyes had a smile, and when she saw the youth's dazed state, she couldn't help but laugh. The Sword Immortal penal officer and Old Deaf nodded their heads. Only then did Old Deaf bring a gloomy look to the grape trellis. Under the grape trellis, there were exquisite porcelain cups of different heights hovering in the air. They seemed to be waiting for the grapes to fall into the cups. There were 12 graceful women on the 5-colored December flower god wine cups and 12 poems that suited the scenery. Old Deaf smiled and said, "In that vast world, other than the female flower gods, there are actually 12 male flower gods. They are all the meritorious officials and favorites of 100 Flowers blessed land. Most of them are immortals and literary magnates. Under a stroke of fate, they were inspired and wrote stunning poems that went down in history for certain flowers. Alliance once revealed heavenly secrets, saying that the birth of these famous poems was not all by chance. There was no lack of flower god ladies adding fuel to the fire. Beautiful night trips in front of flowers under the moonlight are truly enviable." The youth was gloomy and felt that he was listening to a heavenly book. On the side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Old Deaf would occasionally go to the top of the city, but he would pretend to be deaf and mute. At most, he would only exchange a few words with Alliance when he met him. In fact, just by looking at the Partridgey heavenly tablet inscriptions and Old Deaf's conversation with Chen Pingan, one could tell that this ascendant realm great demon was knowledgeable. A short white-haired boy carried a jade-white skeleton on his back. He walked as if he was flying and ran to the opposite bank of the stream. His white skeletal feet dragged on the ground, making crackling sounds. It was clearly the remains of a golden immortal. It was unknown where he had dug it out from. The torture official, who was shrouded in clouds, turned his head to look at the otherworldly demon. The white-haired boy immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at him across the stream. He said with a smile, "I'm just here to send a greeting gift to congratulate the 2 esteemed sons of heaven. I'll send one today and make up for it tomorrow." Old Deaf chuckled. The Sword Immortal did not say anything. The white-haired boy said in all seriousness, "I swear on my identity as the grandson of the hidden official and Old Deaf's grandfather, I'm just going to take a look at their hearts. If I do anything sneaky, I'll be struck by lightning." He said with grievance, "Just a few looks, really just a few looks. It's been far too long since I've seen the scenery of the wilderness and the Great Wall of Sword Chi." The otherworldly demon turned his head to look at the 2 youths. "My surname is Wu, and I'm known as Tianwu. I'm famous and chatty, and I'm full of trivial things. I don't put on any airs as a senior, so you 2 can just call me by my full name." Old Deaf and the torture official would not underestimate this otherworldly demon. He was indeed an extremely annoying neighbor. The white-haired boy wanted to continue pestering him, but a sword light flashed. The white-haired boy threw away the set of bones and ran. Every time he condensed into a human form, he would be shattered by the sword light that followed him like a shadow. After dozens of times, he was dozens of miles away from the cottage before the sword light stopped following him. The white-haired boy hovered in the air, feeling extremely sorrowful. That was because a sword light was hovering not far away. This was the torture official's flying sword technique. As long as the Sword Immortal was willing, the sword light could chase after the otherworldly demon for several years. The white-haired boy raised his hands. "Little darling, go home. I won't bother you. I'm going to find the hidden official." He left as soon as he said so. In a flash, he arrived at the steps of the prison. The sword light did not follow him. The green snake and the child with the short sword walked slowly. They were very regretful that they were unable to enter the minds of the two youths. When he looked at the memories of others, it was like looking at paintings and scrolls. The blurrier the memories, the blurrier the images. The deeper the memories, the blurrier the images, and the deeper the memories, the more vivid the paintings. They were like real objects in the real world, so much so that even the finest details could be seen. The otherworldly demon's methods did not stop there. There was also the method of raising the brush. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the greater the otherworldly demon's abilities. It could even casually tamper with and smear the paintings that were treasured in the hearts of others. It could make people forget some things or suddenly remember some things. The reason why the city lord of White Emperor City was a person of the devil Tao and was feared by the cultivators at the peak of the vast world was because he was proficient in this Tao. However, the city lord still had many other unreasonable methods. This demification otherworldly demon was fascinated and wanted to visit the city lord in the Central Plains divine continent to spar with him. However, he could not escape from this prison. He had to find some fun. In any case, Chen Qing had already promised him that as long as he did not directly attack the youth and borrow his items, he would not do it more than 3 times. He still had 2 more chances. The white-haired boy chose 2. The fox demoness with mediocre charms and a demon cultivator of the lower 5 realms who was bound to die. The hidden official was a man after all. Looking at his attire, he was also a scholar. There were many great desires in life. Love was the most lingering. Men and women were the same. Everyone had their own obsession. Morality was the shackle. There was no difference between immortals and mortals. The fox demoness came from a fox cave in the desolate world. It was a pity that she only had 7 tails and her Tao was shallow. The white-haired boy came to the prison where the fox demoness was imprisoned. Before the other party could sense anything, he had already entered the lake of her heart and flipped through the books to browse the paintings. After a while, he swaggered out of the fox demoness body. However, he had only used a camouflage technique. He shook his head. It was too horrible to look at. It was too clumsy. No wonder the youth was unmoved. The fox demoness was still oblivious. The white-haired boy muttered to himself, "The next time you see that Chen Pinggan, you should return to your original appearance. Face the sky without makeup and your clothes are neat and tidy. I'll help you make up a sad and sincere story. For example, you came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to meet a lover. Then I will give you an extra supernatural power. With the art of the gorgeous corpse, you can cultivate the art of color refining. Then I will help you secretly build a romantic tent. Only then will you have a chance of winning. If you want to blame someone, blame that kid for being too calm and having a strange state of mind. No matter what the natal item of the gorgeous corpse was made of or what the final form was, whether it was a red muslin tent, a step bed, or an embroidered handkerchief, it was all called a romantic tent. It also had another name for the land of warmth. This otherworldly demon casually occupied the heart of a 7-tailed fox demoness and began to draw. Suddenly, he laughed. Cultivators, my fate is in my own hands. Isn't he overestimating himself? After fighting with a nascent soul cultivator who was not a sword cultivator, Chen Pinggan was lying on the ground, covered in blood. He was panting heavily. Twisting Shin threw him a porcelain bottle. Then, she busied herself at the side and said, "Haste makes waste. It is right to start with the golden core cultivators." Chen Pinggan said, "I have to find a place to stay here, the kind where I can cultivate in peace." Twisting Shin said, "Then you have to find that otherworldly demon. He is good at turning nothingness into reality." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Since I can't hide, I won't hide." Twisting Shin continued to clean up the mess and said, "We will start work soon. Let me tell you a little about the ways of the sewing man. You can be mentally prepared so that you don't have to rush things and suffer unnecessary hardships." Chen Pinggan immediately sat up. Twisting Shin said, "What we are doing now is to start with sculpting the eyeballs. But it doesn't sound very pleasing, so let me tell you something simpler." Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly and could only nod. Twisting Shin said slowly, "According to the rules of the sewing man, The human body is divided into 3 meridians: mountain, water, and chi. Muscles and bones are the mountains, blood is the water meridians, and chi meridians are the chi meridians. Chen Pingan said in a low voice, "Senior Twisting Shin, please tell me in detail." The more detailed, the better. He could testify with Senior Li Er's words and greatly benefit the martial arts. Every detail of a person's body was like a geographical map of a vast territory. Twisting Shin explained the details in a lot of words. She then raised her hand and opened her palm. Her skin grew very quickly and soon, she was no different from a normal person. For example, the 5 fingers are mountains and the lines on the palm are water. This is the layout of the fusion of mountains and rivers. If you look at the lines on the palm, you can see the entire world in the palm. If you follow the meridians, you can see the 5 viscera and 6 bowels clearly. Otherwise, where does the abhina of a cultivator come from? Without waiting for Chen Pingan to ask about the secrets of controlling mountains and rivers, Naishin changed the topic. She raised her palm and spread her fingers. I can sew clothes into the true form of the 5 sacred mountains. I can also draw the cloud seal of the 5 thunder righteous techniques. I can also use the art of embellishment to refine the 5 elements. I can also write heavenly edicts. With just my 5 fingers alone, I am adept at 6 of them. Legend has it that the founding ancestor of the sewing man was extremely talented and no one could surpass him in the future. He used the layering formation technique to fuse several secret techniques into one. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. His abhina was not inferior to the ancient Count of Wind and Master of Rain. He once rode the wind to Mount Longhu and cast the 5 thunder righteous cloud seal with a single palm. Chen Pingan said tentatively, "I once saw an illusion in a scholar's notebook. It said that someone tattooed a few hundred lines of poetry by a great poet on his body. Was it the sewing man's way of thinking?" Twisting Shin was silent for a moment and said, "There's something wrong with his head." Chen Pingan could only nod and agree, "Indeed. I thought so at that time." Twisting Shin continued to elaborate on the sewing man's various secret techniques. Chen Pingan took out the blade strengthening gourd but did not drink. Twisting Shin asked casually, "Why do men like to drink so much? Especially those who cultivate Tao. Drinking is a waste of time. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is not like the vast world. Even if you break through, you may not be able to live long. There are a few earth immortal sword cultivators who would squat by the roadside to drink and eat pickles. In the future, such a scene would no longer exist in the world." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and thought of her in his heart. He smiled and said, "Women are wine. There's no need to drink." Chen Pingan leaned back. He forgot who said it. Young men liked young women and drank glutinous rice wine. The wine was not strong, but it could still intoxicate people for the first time. When men grew up, they liked women. It was like drinking wine. If they were not careful, their liver and intestines would be burned. When they got older, they would miss women. It was winter, and they warmed a pot of yellow rice wine. Twisting Shin turned around and said jokingly, "Next time, don't say such things to women." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Then I'll change it." Other than Ning Yao, there was nothing else to say. Chen Pingan closed his eyes. He knew that he could not rush the matter of sewing clothes in the prison, but he still wanted to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, the otherworldly demon was looking at a demon cultivator of the lower 5 realms. As for the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a great battle was imminent. The sun shone on the city. The old Daoist gently patted the sea of clouds under the largest praying mat in the world. He waved at the sun in the sky with his other hand. "I'm not full of merit, and I don't have enough money. I can only borrow some light." The vast sea of clouds first scattered and then condensed into golden gods. The old Daoist waved his sleeves and landed on the battlefield. On the line, the gigantic monster that had revealed its true form collided with the golden-bodied godly spirit. The monk in the Kasaya shook his shoulders and shook off the lion-like bugs that had been refined into Buddhist scriptures. The scholarly sage sat upright. The sun was just right, suitable for drying books. The title of the book had the word natal. The opening of the sect also revolved around the word natal. There were countless demons that attacked cities in the wilderness. On this day, Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged outside a cage. Twisting Shin put her hands behind her back and stared at Chen Pinggan's eyes. Her yin spirit was carefully carving one of the young man's eyeballs with an embroidery needle. It had been going on for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, so small blood beads condensed and flowed out of the eye socket. Twisting Shin observed the young man's state of mind and casually said, "If you can't even get through this, I advise you to give up on the sewing. Don't close your eyes. If your eyeballs move even a little, all your previous efforts will be wasted. You should consider the consequences." As long as he could get through it, the sewing would have mysterious methods to heal his injuries. After a while, Twisting Shin was slightly surprised and said, "Not bad, it seems that you can do two things at the same time. The eyeballs will be painted with the most superficial yellow and black, and the needles will be drawn slowly. The engraving will be mainly done with the cloud seal, and the inscriptions will be the most shallow. However, your spine won't be so easy. The main thing is to use the rushing knife technique. The ninefold seal, birdworm seal, and weeping seal will be engraved on the joints of your spine. These are the techniques of stripping clothes, but the more important ones are the techniques of putting clothes on. It's still too early. If you feel that you can't take it today, or if you feel that you can wait a little longer, speak now and tell me." Chen Pinggan remained silent. Twisting Shin came behind Chen Pinggan and used her hands as knives to cut off his green robe and skin. She reached out and pulled out the entire spine. The woman bent her fingers and gently knocked. She listened and said regretfully, "You've misunderstood me. Why are there so many hidden injuries? Why don't you show them normally?" Twisting Shin put the spine back to its original position and said in a complaining tone, "Don't apply medicine first. You should get used to this pain as soon as possible. Aren't you able to endure it? Just enjoy it." Chen Pinggan couldn't speak and had to try his best to maintain his state of mind and soul in the state of stagnant water. Otherwise, he would have wrung this woman's head off. In the prison, a building with a square sky and a square earth appeared out of thin air a few days ago. Other than the 4 pillars, there was no other cover. It looked like the pavilions that could be seen everywhere in the human world, but it wasn't exactly the same. Chen Pinggan walked slowly barefoot. Inside, his field of vision was wide, although he couldn't see anything. The white-haired boy of the green snake was hanging outside the building and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chen Pinggan didn't stop walking and asked back, "What do you mean?" The white-haired boy said angrily, "How can a cultivator's state of mind be so fragmented? It's like a battlefield. You've made me hit a wall everywhere." Chen Pinggan slowly punched out and said with a smile, "In the light, there are laws. In the dark, there are ghosts and gods. In both the dark and the light, there are both turbid, but conscience is still in the heart. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon are bright. What's so strange about that?" Twisting Shin stood on the stairs in the distance and reminded, "Let's get to work." 675. On Upside Down Mountain, the disappearance of the plum blossom garden had become a popular topic of discussion. Then, a large group of sword cultivators came from the Sky Ape Mansion. They were led by 2 sword immortals. One of them was Sun Juyuan, who had a wide network of friends, and the other was Mi Hu, who was rumored to have ascended to the immortal realm. They came on foot and left in a continuous stream of carriages and chariots. It was very lively in the sky and on the ground. However, when the sword cultivators set up such a formation, the natives of Upside Down Mountain pretended not to know. If they were thousands of mountains and rivers away from the Great Wall of Sword Aura, which sword immortal would not dare to curse? However, once they were close to the sword cultivators, what else could they do? They could only keep quiet. Only an immortal master of records who traveled here did not believe in heresy. He secretly performed the power of mountain view and saw the horrifying scene in the Sky Ape Mansion. The pavilion was torn into pieces. The old nascent soul cultivator from the Snow Mountain continent knew that things were not good. Just as he was about to withdraw his palm and withdraw the power, a dazzling sword ray appeared in the night and pierced through the old cultivator's palm. The sword ray flashed again and pierced through the old cultivator's left cheek and came out from the right. The flying sword had returned to the Sky Ape mansion. The old cultivator, who was in pain, understood that his eyes could not see and his mouth could not speak. However, he could not help but resent the sword immortal's domineering behavior. In his hometown, how could a nascent soul cultivator be humiliated to such an extent? The sword cultivators emptied the Sky Ape mansion and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Aura that night. The prosperous mirage of Sword Aura Great Wall of Sword Aura had become increasingly desolate in the past few months. Shops and goods kept moving to Upside Down Mountain. If they did not have a place to stay in Upside Down Mountain, they could only return to their respective sects in the vast world. After all, every inch of land in Upside Down Mountain was worth its weight in gold. In addition, with the city of Sword Aura Great Wall of Sword Aura as the boundary, the south was a forbidden area. The Mountain View Grand Array had been activated and used as a camouflage. Therefore, the towering city of Sword Aura Great Wall of Sword Aura was no longer a scenic place to travel. This caused the business in Upside Down Mountain to become increasingly desolate. Currently, the ferry that traveled between Upside Down Mountain and the 8 continents had extremely few tourists. They carried fewer passengers but more goods. Therefore, many cross-continent ferries that sailed on the water was extremely deep. For example, the old Dragon City's Osmanthus Islands ferry. Many of the cross-continent ferries that passed through the clouds and rain also slowed down a little. The war was tense and the situation was perilous. Upside Down Mountain was well aware that the Wildlands' attack on the city this time was unusual. However, the Great Wall of Sword Aura had gone into seclusion more than once in its history, so it was not to the point of panic. There had been many cases where the Great Wall of Sword Aura went into seclusion and sold the deeds to immortal families and the records of their shops and mansions at a low price. Afterwards, they were all bitterly resentful and regretful. The person in charge of the Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 great mansions in Upside Down Mountain, was a female cultivator in the unpolished Jade Realm. Her name was Yun Qian, and she was one of the ancestors of the Rain Dragon sect. One of her direct disciples had great fortune and had taken a fancy to a destitute wild cultivator called Fu Ku. The latter had the opportunity to transform into a fish dragon and had broken through at an unimaginable speed. He was considered one of the best in the history of the Rain Dragon sect. Yun Qian's thoughts were even further. Other than the future of the Rain Dragon sect, she was also worried about the war at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. After all, the Water Essence Palace was not like the Spring Banner House and the Plum Blossom Garden. It was not refined and could not be brought away. It was also not like the god of wealth of the Snowy Peak Continent's Liu clan. The priceless Yuan Rua Manor was dispensable. It was just that the Great Wall of Sword Aura was now heavily guarded, especially by the lineage of the hidden officials. Sword cultivators were meticulous and ruthless. All cultivators who broke the rules, regardless of whether they did it intentionally or not, never returned. There were several people who came to the Water Essence Palace one after another. They were all cultivators who had achieved Dao with the Rain Dragon sect. There were even 2 nascent soul cultivators and an old immortal in the unpolished Jade Realm from the Talisman sect. They all hoped that she could help them pass a message to the heavenly monarch of Upside Down Mountain or to a sword immortal familiar with the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The heavenly monarch had long gone into seclusion. Yun Qian went to the Lonely Peak to look for the old immortal who had refined the dragon's whiskers to forge a horsetail whisk immortal weapon. However, she did not expect to be directly rejected. She then wanted to ask someone to send a letter to the sword immortal Sun Juyuan, whom she had a good relationship with in the past. However, the letter disappeared like a clay ox in the sea. It was as if Sun Juyuan did not receive the secret letter at all. Cloud Sign stayed in the Water Essence Palace and felt uneasy. He could no longer cultivate in peace, so he rushed to the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall and called for a meeting. He proposed to relocate the sect, but he was mocked and ridiculed. Although Cloud Sign was prepared and understood that this wasn't an easy thing to do and that it was too far-fetched, he couldn't help but feel disheartened when he saw the people in the ancestral hall suddenly change the topic and talk about various businesses. When the sword cultivator left the Yuan Wan residence, A Spring Banner House messenger flying sword quietly arrived at the Water Essence Palace. After Cloud Sign opened the secret letter, there were only 2 words on the paper. Beiqian. There was Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan's signature on the letter, which Cloud Sign was very familiar with. There were also 2 ancient seal scripts, Hidden Official. Cloud Sign had heard of it for a long time, but this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. The Hidden Official's seal script was on top, and the Sword Immortal signature was on the bottom. It was in accordance with the rules. It shouldn't be a fake. Cloud Sign didn't dare to be negligent. He quietly left the inverted mountain again and hurriedly returned to the Rain Dragon sect. This time, he only found the sect master's senior sister. He didn't expect her to throw away the letter and sneered, "What, isn't it enough to demolish the Yuan Wan residence? Now you want to demolish the Water Essence Palace? The young hidden official has a good plan. Cloud Sign, do you believe that as long as you go to the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyang, who has become the hidden official's confidant, will talk to you about the ownership of the Water Essence Palace?" Cloud Sign was skeptical, but he didn't forget to control the letter and carefully put it into his sleeve. Seeing this, the sect master became even angrier and said in a more serious tone, "The Rain Dragon sect's ancestral property was not easy to come by. You and I know the hardships involved. Yun Qian, you and I, in the matter of expanding the territory, have made absolutely no contributions. Now, could it be that we can't even defend Chengdu? Have you forgotten why you were banished to the Water Essence Palace? Even those nascent Soul Realm experts dared to criticize you. Wasn't it because you provoked everyone's anger in the Ancestral Hall? They couldn't even take down the small Luhua Island. If you lose the Water Essence Palace, how are you going to face the ancestors of the Rain Dragon sect? Do you know what everyone said about you behind your back? Soft-hearted. A pure Jade Realm Immortal Master, do you think it's appropriate?" The sect master didn't want to belittle this junior sister too much. After all, the Water Essence Palace still needed Cloud Sign to personally oversee it. If the stubborn Cloud Sign was really angry and made up an excuse to go out to sea or travel to Tongya continent to relax, she as the sect master couldn't stop him. Thus, she softened her tone and said, "Don't forget, the deal we made with the Mountain Water Caves founder in the Great Wall of Sword Chibak then was recorded as an old debt. The new hidden official has great power in his hands. How is the Mountain Water Cave in Fuyao continent now? Is the Ancestral Hall still there? Cloud Sign, are you trying to make the Rain Dragon sect follow in his footsteps? This hidden official's methods can't be underestimated. He's especially good at using power to suppress others." Cloud Sign nodded slightly. The sect master's tone became serious again. "Junior sister Cloud Sign, I only have one last thing to say. The Great Wall of Sword Chi has an old grudge with our Rain Dragon sect. Does the new hidden official have any old friendship with you? Why are you planning a retreat for our Rain Dragon sect? Is it really repaying evil with good? Cloud Sign, that's all I have to say. Think about it." Cloud Sign left the Rain Dragon sect and returned to the Water Essence Palace. In fact, Cloud Sign had listened to the sect master's senior sister's words. The deceit of the immortal masters on the mountain indeed left a lingering fear in her heart. Cloud Sign had suffered greatly on her path of cultivation. She had faced 3 great calamities in her life. Other than a natural disaster, the rest were all caused by people around her. However, she didn't give up and went to Spring Banner House. Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyang seemed to have expected this and handed her a secret letter. He said that the hidden official had looked through the Rain Dragon sect's records and was very impressed by Immortal Master Cloud Sign's soft-heartedness. Cloud Sign frowned. Xiao Yunyang smiled. The hidden official didn't expect Immortal Master Cloud Sign to believe his suggestion. He only asked that she destroy the letter on the spot after reading it. Otherwise, it would be easy for new problems to arise. It wouldn't be good for either the hidden official or Immortal Master Cloud Sign. Cloud Sign returned to the Water Essence Palace and read the detailed secret letter. She didn't sleep for a night. At the end of the letter were 8 words. The sect is divided into north and south. The firewood is in the mountains. At Spring Banner House, after Cloud Sign left, Miu and Nayland Saihuan appeared at the same time. Miu asked with a smile, "Brother Shao, do you think Cloud Sign will bring people to the north? If she really has such courage and means, how many Rain Dragon sect disciples can she save?" Shao Yunyang said, "The sect has always been divided into groups. Cloud Sign is used to doing business in the Rain Dragon sect. She only has cultivation and is very unpopular. So even if she's willing to move, she can't bring many people with her." Miu said, "Cloud Sign can't bring people with her. She doesn't need to bring them with her." Nayland Saihuan looked unhappy. "You still have the nerve to say that Cloud Sign is soft-heartedness. Believe it or not, if Cloud Sign really moves to the north and splits the Rain Dragon sect, the immortal masters in the south will be able to survive and integrate into the north. They will resent the Great Wall of Sword Chi for not helping them, especially our hidden official with a bodhisattva's heart. As long as Cloud Sign is careless and leaks the contents of the 2 letters, she will be hated." Shao Yunyang nodded. "That's why she asked Cloud Sign to destroy the secret letter. She must have expected that this person's heart is unfathomable. I believe that Cloud Sign, who is focused on cultivation, should be able to think of the pros and cons of this." Miu said with a smile, "So what if Cloud Sign can't think of it? Would our hidden official care about this?" Shao Yunyang sighed. "I'm afraid that the Rain Dragon sect, which believes that everything in the world is just one thing, has more than one person in the ancestral hall who wants to support the dragon. They still think it's a business deal." Nayland Saihuan sneered. "Without the hidden official's brains, how can they be qualified to talk about business under the general trend?" The woman knew that she had misspoken and left slowly, continuing to settle the score. Shao Yunyang and Miu looked at each other and smiled. At the crossing of the inverted mountain, there was a cross-continent ferry from the North Continent. 62 new sword cultivators had arrived. They did not speak much and went straight to the main gate, rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the floating building that looked like a pavilion, Chen Pingan sat on the ground with his fists on his knees, breathing deeply. The thing he was sitting on was the bamboo mat that he had picked up from the plum blossom garden. Other than helping cultivators to concentrate and calm their chi, it also had a magical effect that allowed Chen Pingan to refine the green water droplets with abundant water chi faster. Not only that, perhaps because of the bamboo mat's material, other than the water residents, which benefited the most, the wood residents also benefited a lot. The water droplets that Chen Pingan refined had excess water chi. With a little guidance, it could be sent to the chi residence where the wood residence was located. A wisp of continuous water chi flowed in a long line all the way, nourishing the internal organs. For cultivation on the mountain, this kind of immortal item might not be of high quality, but it was the most indispensable. Little by little, it might not be effective in 2 or 3 years, but once one cultivated wholeheartedly and stayed in the mountain without caring about the weather for a few decades or hundreds of years, it would be a completely different world. Therefore, as Lu Tai had said, the immortal masters of the large sects would definitely have a natal item that could assist in cultivation. If they had enough immortal money, they would also need other items besides the natal item. What they sought was a long-term great Tao, like a skyscraper rising from the ground. According to the different time, different immortal abodes, and corresponding cultivation realms, they had to constantly change the items. There were many things to pay attention to. The extraterrestrial demon floated around the building and didn't say anything. It was as if the young man was more worthy of investigation than the disciplinary official and sword immortal who were shrouded in clouds and mist. The young secluded official had just returned from a secret realm, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so relaxed. Previously, he had been grabbed by the neck and dragged to the place where the corpse of an ancient god had been refined. There was a forbidden ground in the heart of this world that Old Def, the demon of otherworldly demonic body, and the sewing man couldn't enter. There was a small door with a symbolic lock, so Old Def had to take out the key and let Twixen throw the young secluded official inside. It was a golden pond with boiling magma. In the secret room, the golden light was blinding. Every time Chen Pingan was thrown into the golden magma by the sewing man, it would take at most a few hours. After walking out of the small door, he would be as good as new and his injuries would be healed. However, The things that were close at hand, like the sword-strengthening gourd, had to be left at the pavilion. Chen Pinggan asked, the ancient gods also had Chi-Fu acupoints, and their structure was similar to ours? The white-haired boy stopped. It's more or less the same. It's just that you humans aren't as close to the heaven and earth as the gods. After all, you are puppets created by them. What they want is nothing more than incense. Your small human body naturally isn't too intricate. However, compared to other races, you are already considered to be blessed by heaven. Otherwise, why would the mountain spirits, ghosts, and even the demons in the world of desolation work tirelessly to transform into human form? Chen Pinggan heard a key word. Clothes. Is it related to the stainless that Daoist pursues? The outer sky demon's body slowly rotated. He didn't answer the question and smiled. A sword cultivator's flying sword can break all spells. A market's hatchet can also chop melons, vegetables, and firewood. However, what did the flying sword break? What did the hatchet split? Do you know the reason behind it? Chen Pinggan shook his head. His student, Kui Dongshan, might know the reason behind it. Chen Pinggan finally opened his eyes and asked, in exchange, I promised you that you could enter my heart lake 3 times. What did you see? The white-haired boy of the green snake sat cross-legged. He was furious and gritted his teeth, but he didn't say a word. He had done business with this person 4 times. He helped build the building and gave him a female sword immortal's cadaver and 2 short swords. It was a great loss. Chen Pinggan was curious. He picked up the sword-strengthening gourd and took out a short sword. If you are willing to tell me, I will return the short sword to you. Inside the sword-strengthening gourd, there was still the natal flying sword of the towering glory sect's sword cultivator, Heavenly Sound. It was being nourished. The white-haired boy reached out and grabbed the short sword. He hung it on his waist. There was still one left. It was still being nurtured in the sword-strengthening gourd. He said, the first time I was a guest, I met a middle-aged Daoist who wanted to spar with me. I was almost scared to death. The second time I didn't go to that rundown house. In the end, I met a young but lethargic old man. He wore straw sandals and had a hatchet on his waist. He walked around and met me. He wanted to talk about Buddhism with me. Just as he said please sit, I was shocked again. After talking about his 2 travels, the white-haired boy fell silent for some reason. Chen Pinggan asked, what was the last time? The white-haired boy asked back, do you like to reason that much? Chen Pinggan was puzzled. What do you mean? The white-haired boy jumped up and scolded, there was a guy who talked to me for a few years according to the different speed of the river of time. He didn't even let me go. I really couldn't leave. Chen Pinggan smiled, I didn't know that I was so annoying. Even a demonic transformation realm demon couldn't stand me. The white-haired boy glanced at the 4 pillars that held up the building. After that, Chen Pinggan continued to cultivate. The demonic transformation realm demon continued to wander around. Both of them were silent. On this day, Chen Pinggan took off his shirt and exposed his back. Twisting Core took out the spine and started to skin it to sew clothes. She then used several ancient seal scripts, including the 9-fold seal script, to engrave real names on the young man's spine and the skin on both sides. They were all great demons that had died under the sword of the Sword Celestial. They were all ancient monsters that were inextricably linked to the demons imprisoned in the cage. The closer the relationship, the greater the karma, and the better the effect of sewing clothes. Of course, the pain the young man suffered would be greater. In order to prevent the young secluded official's Tao heart from collapsing and his flesh and blood dissolving due to the heavy burden, Tween could only impart a unique secret art to Chen Pinggan so that he could be slightly distracted. This was actually a helpless move. After all, Chen Pinggan had yet to reach the far-traversing realm. Even after being refined by the golden lava, Chen Pinggan's martial body was still unable to bear too many real names of great demons. Twisting Core wrote 3 at a time was already the limit. The young man only had 1 hand left to control. In fact, towards the end of the sewing process, when Twisting Core engraved the second great demon's real name, Chen Pinggan didn't even dare to have any thoughts. But even without any thoughts, His finger was still in the air, repeatedly writing 2 words. Ning Yaro. Twisting Core was in the prison and never asked about the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, she didn't know who this Ning Yaro was. Occasionally, when she was resting, Twisting Core would glance at the young man's writing. She couldn't help but be curious. Which girl could make him like her so much? Was there a need to like her so much? 676. Only a few of the 61 demons of the middle 5 realms were left. Today, Twisting Core's sewing was the most crucial part. It was the final stage of the spine. Old Def had his hands behind his back and specially came to observe the sewing. As a demon, it was more comfortable to watch people suffer than to watch people enjoy. The white-haired boy called him grandson. Old Def responded and treated him as if he was deaf. Chen Pingan had already entered a meditative state. His mind was immersed, and his 3 souls and 7 spirits were nailed with embroidery needles. They were tightly imprisoned by Twisting Core. This was to prevent Chen Pingan from being unable to bear the pain and being unable to control himself, thus ruining the seamless sewing process that could not have the slightest mistake. Twisting Core had put in a lot of effort in sewing clothes for the young hidden official. The reason was simple. She would never have such a chance to practice in her lifetime. And once she succeeded, at least the chi cultivators of the 2 worlds, especially those sanctimonious immortal masters of the sects, would know that she was a tailor who was despised by everyone. What kind of magnificent feat had she accomplished, which was unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future? It was like the human world. Whenever chess was mentioned, White Emperor City would be mentioned. When Tao was mentioned, heavenly masters would be mentioned. Therefore, Twisting Core was more eager to succeed than Chen Pingan. As a result, a tailor in the pure jade realm would often feel that his eyes were dry and sore after a long time of cutting and pulling out needles. He picked up the blade-strengthening gourd beside him and poured out a green bead with rich water fate. He raised his head and dripped the bead into his eyes. Other than the blade-strengthening gourd she borrowed from the young hidden official, Twisting Core took out 2 treasures after sewing clothes twice. They were the Golden Book and the Jade Book. Old Def lowered his head to look at the Golden Book and nodded. Good stuff. The white-haired boy said regretfully, what a pity. It will be useless after it's used. Otherwise, my grandpa hidden official's eyes would definitely light up. These 2 items were where Twisting Core's Tao fate lay. Nyan Xin once confessed to Chen Pingan that her cultivation opportunity came from the Golden Book and the Jade Book, which were the most orthodox treasures of the immortals. They complemented the art of sewing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to live to this day. Ordinary cultivators, even if they were in the pure jade realm like Twixen, would not be able to see the contents of the Golden Jade Booklet clearly. It was as if there was a natural formation of mountains and rivers. However, Old Def and the white-haired boy were both very unusual. The Jade Booklet was a meditative jade booklet from an ancient dynasty in the Central Plains. The booklet was divided into 24 slips, and the slips were connected by golden threads. Every single jade booklet had been polished by a secret technique. The Golden Book was the true scroll of the Imperial Edict, which was also known as the Scroll of Imperial Edict. The entire scroll was divided into 3 parts. The first part had a total of 16 words. The first 8 words were written in golden script, and they were all written in the style of cloud seal. Clouds and mist lingered around them as they flowed slowly. The last 8 words were about the longevity of the Tao and the heavens. It was a prayer that was personally written by a great celestial master of Mount Longhu. The second part was the portrait of 61 immortals. The third part was the main text of the true scroll of the Imperial Edict. The content was about an empress who hoped to become a Daoist immortal, Lord Xian. It was rumored that after the dynasty was destroyed, the woman devoted herself to cultivation and finally ascended. The Jade Book was still alright. After it was spread out, it was only a foot long. However, when the true scroll was spread out, it was more than 3 feet long. The reason why these 2 treasures were taken out was because Twisting Core would use the unique technique of the Imperial Edict to remove the words, talisman, and cloud seal. She would then use the Imperial Edict pasting method to place them on the young hidden official's skin and bones. Therefore, it could be said that Twisting Core didn't hesitate to go bankrupt in order to sew the clothes. As for how much calamity and pain the young man would suffer, Twisting Core didn't mind at all. Since he dared to come here and do such a thing, he would obediently accept it. Looking at the golden scroll of the Imperial Edict on the ground, Old Def remembered a small matter. Previously, he had agreed to the young hidden official's deal in exchange for his 3 disciples to leave the prison in one piece. Both sides had come to an agreement. Old Def had to take out a Daoist technique suitable for the demon race as well as 2 magic treasures of the mountain. Furthermore, they had to be rare items among magic treasures. Regardless of whether it was refining or using them, the requirements had to be low. Gifting the 2 magic treasures was a small matter. However, the Daoist technique was a little troublesome. A Daoist technique that had been passed down from generation to generation was bound to have a lot of restrictions. For example, things within a square inch and things within a foot, as well as some rare talisman, had methods to open and close doors. Another example was a certain talisman that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Celestial Master residence of Mount Longhu. Other than the descendants of the Celestial Master residence, even if you were an immortal cultivator, you wouldn't be able to lift it up, let alone refine it. The profound Daoist techniques of the immortals were usually written in accordance with the Great Tao. After being compiled into a book, it would naturally contain miraculous properties. Firstly, the material that carried the words of the Daoist technique was definitely not simple. Secondly, even if a great cultivator removed all kinds of restrictions, Chi cultivators with low realms wouldn't be able to read it. Therefore, the immortals with the word sect would usually collect Daoist books. Most of them passed down their teachings orally and spiritually, which was also known as personal teaching. Old Def thought about it and realized that there was no point in keeping the Daoist book. Since he had no intention of establishing a sect, he might as well remove all the restrictions and give it to the young hidden official. However, after that, Old Def wouldn't care about how Chen Pingan passed it down to others. It was already very kind of him to pass toilet paper to someone who was squatting in the latrine. He couldn't possibly wipe the person's butt as well. The white-haired boy asked with a smile, if it was Yu and Du Shanyan, wouldn't they be rolling on the ground after one slash? Old Def shook his head and said, they would still have a chance if they could barely withstand 2 slashes. Anyway, these 2 brats don't rely on hardship to cultivate. Having a good life is more useful than anything else. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to enjoy life here. Twisting Core kept her knife and rested for a moment. As her previous slash had been slightly sluggish, she seemed to be in a bad mood. When she heard Old Def and the otherworldly demons chatter, her face turned gloomy and she shouted angrily, "Get lost." Old Def, who was known for his good temper in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, had indeed distanced himself from the place and walked up the stairs. It was fine that the girl was ugly, but her temper was also so bad. No wonder she couldn't get married. The white-haired boy floated beside Old Def and said, "Do you need grandfather to help sharpen that you use Dao heart of yours? You don't have to thank grandfather for such a small favor." Old Def chuckled and said, "I advise you not to do it. Boss Sword Immortal is watching over here. If this servant of mine doesn't protect his master well, I'll definitely settle the score with you before I get smacked to death, both new and old." After the 2 fellows left, Twisting Core spat out a mouthful of turbid air and continued to concentrate on her slash. The scene that was too horrible to look at in the eyes of ordinary people was too beautiful to take in all at once. The method of the seal carving was light and noble. After Twisting Core carved the inscriptions, clouds rose and gave birth to a 5-colored Ganoderma. The yin characters were noble and turbid, like the mountain roots and dragon veins. Light and noble like the sky, heavy and turbid like the earth. For example, there was the 4-character Yang and Cloud seal script. Instead of writing the true name of the great demon, she wrote the seal script of Tao scriptures and master treasures. Once the seal script was formed, there would be an auspicious aura that lingered around like a sea of clouds around a mountain. There was also the ancient small seal script of Tai faking treasures, Lianxian seal script. When the words were stacked together, They had to be done in an extremely delicate and careful manner. Stacking them into a single word consumed a lot of Twisting Core's mind. With the knife technique, the talisman pattern was filled to the brim with bending and twisting. There was the place where the knife was retracted, and the place where the brush was retracted was like a droplet of dew. It hung low but didn't fall. There was also the cutting knife that was like a carpenter's shavings. Twisting Core lowered her head and gently blew away the useless debris. Those debris naturally came from the young hidden official's spine. After finishing her work today, Twisting Core dragged the young man to the small door again and complained, "Chen Pinggan, you can't even hold on like this. At most, you'll be done with 30 more slashes. If I didn't retract my knife in time, your entire spine would be crippled. Do you want to break the longevity bridge again?" The young man who was on his last breath could no longer speak. Only his lips moved slightly. He should be cursing someone. The floor was covered in blood. Twisting Core didn't waste any of it. The fresh blood automatically connected into a line and was finally collected into the embroidered bag at her waist. Old Def stood by the small door and unlocked it. Twisting Core casually threw the young hidden official into the furnace that was boiling with golden lava. Old Def closed the door. Twisting Core was about to leave when Old Def said, "Boss Sword Immortal didn't tell you how Sir Hidden Official killed his way to the 5 realms. How do you plan to solve this?" Twisting Core shook her head. "He didn't say." Old Def smiled. "Did everything go smoothly today?" Twisting Core's brows were hazy. Chen Pinggan being unable to enter the far-traversing realm isn't a long-term plan. Actually, the current suffering is very painful. 30% of it is his own doing. If it was me, I would have asked Boss Sword Immortal to use some unorthodox methods to break through the realm first. Since he is in a hurry to leave, why isn't he in a hurry? Old Def grunted. These troublesome matters had nothing to do with him. "Miss Twisting Core, we have been neighbors for so many years. Why don't I treat you to a loach stewed with tofu? My young master's culinary skills are really not bad. It's better than your internal organs chewing on each other and eating yourself." Twisting Core didn't appreciate his kindness and floated away. Old Def went to the cage of Great Demon Ching Chiu. Without needing him to say anything, the Great Demon obediently handed over 3 grams of lifeblood essence and a large piece of meat. He then asked in a trembling voice, "Can you help me pass a message to Hidden Official?" If this went on, he really couldn't take it. Old Def ate the green loach's meat. It was chewy, but it tasted much worse than cooked food. He smiled. "Didn't Sir Hidden Official look for you again? Why didn't you come to an agreement last time?" Great Demon Ching Chiu smiled bitterly. Previously, he had indeed met the young man again. However, at that time, he couldn't wait to drag that fellow into the prison, so he tactfully rejected the other party's suggestion. The young man had said something about loaches. He had heard that loaches liked the dark and were most afraid of the sun. Then, he threw a yellow paper talisman amulet into the cage. Ching Chiu grabbed it with one hand and ate the talisman amulet, mocking the young man's talisman amulet skills. After that, the young man didn't come anymore. Old Def, on the other hand, came every few days. After eating, Old Def put his hands behind his back. "What were you doing earlier?" Perhaps today was Ching Chiu's auspicious day. Chen Pinggan strolled through the cages of the great demons of the upper 5 realms. When the young man passed by, Great Demon Ching Chiu immediately appeared near the sword light fence and said, "How can I stop Cheng Shan from finding trouble with me?" Chen Pinggan was taken aback. Cheng Shan was Old Def's alias in the world of wastelands. The file on Old Def in the Summer Palace only had 2 pages, and the previous hidden official Xiao Chuo had smeared each word into a block of ink. She didn't directly tear off the pages, nor did she smear large areas. It was as if she was doing something very interesting. Chen Pinggan stopped and looked at Ching Chiu. "It's very simple. Tell me the inside story of that Yeluohei great demon Yang Ji. The more detailed, the better." After a few moments of silence, Ching Chiu sneered and retreated into the fog barrier. Chen Pinggan did not force him and went to the first cage that held Yun Qing. Chen Pinggan often came here and chatted with this great demon. It really was just chatting, talking about the customs of their respective worlds. Today, the two sat across from each other, separated only by a fence. Chen Pinggan had not expected Yun Qing to be so knowledgeable that he didn't lose to the Confucian disciples in the slightest. For example, the Moon Order had a saying, Ji Qiu kills a flood dragon to obtain a turtle. A bright flood dragon can be cut, but a dragon cannot be touched. Chen Pinggan asked and learned that Yun Qing had studied under Zhu Mi for several years, but they had not been master and disciple. Moreover, Yun Qing liked to travel the world. He had even compiled a book of poems that was widely circulated in several dynasties of the world of wastelands. At the end of today's conversation, Great Demon Yun Qing smiled and took off the bamboo flute with the words Banished Immortal engraved on it. A half-immortal weapon. It's useless to keep, so I give it to the hidden official. In addition to the words Banished Immortal engraved on the bamboo flute, there was also a small line of words that had once been given to Lu Jifeng. Yun Qing had mentioned the reason for this item. It was once a love token of an ascendant realm great demon. If it was not severely damaged and could not be repaired, it would be an immortal weapon. Chen Pinggan shook his head. I don't dare to accept it. Yun Qing was puzzled. Why? Chen Pinggan said, even if we hit it off, we're still on different sides. It won't stop Senior Yun Qing from going against his will to kill me. Yun Qing nodded and smiled. Same here. That's why we hit it off. In the suspended building, Chen Pinggan was walking in circles. However, he couldn't help but stoop and one of his arms drooped. Twisting Shin sat on the stairs in the distance and said, if you don't reach the far-wandering realm, the repercussions will be great. Even if you succeed in the end, the effect will be greatly reduced. Chen Pinggan nodded gently. I know. Twisting Shin was also helpless. The white-haired boy appeared beside Twisting Shin and turned into the scholarly appearance of the great demon Yun Qing. He smiled and said, Miss Twisting Shin, to be honest, I've been in love with you for a long time. What a beautiful girl without any entanglements. It's not the makeup of a wealthy person. Twisting Shin ignored him. The otherworldly demon changed his appearance again and said with a hoarse voice, Twisting Shin, you won't despise me for being deaf, blind, and old, right? Twisting Shin still ignored him. The otherworldly demon changed again. Senior Twisting Shin, you can't judge a book by its cover. In my eyes, you're a good-looking girl. There are millions of good-looking girls, but there's only one Miss Twisting Shin. Chen Pinggan kept walking and said, that's enough. The otherworldly demon had turned into the appearance of the green-robed Chen Pinggan. Twisting Shin was only thinking about the aftermath of the sewing. The otherworldly demon returned to his most beloved appearance and sat on the stairs. A single man and a single woman without any feelings. This is outrageous. What's wrong with the two of you? You're such a killjoy. After Chen Pinggan finished walking, he began to use the sword furnace to practice. After an hour, he began to breathe and nourish his natal flying sword. Twisting Shin left. The otherworldly demon of the urching snake was unwilling to leave. He stared at the blade-strengthening gourd beside Chen Pinggan. His short sword, Dragon Qiu, was waiting inside. The one that Chen Pinggan had returned was pinned to his waist. It was called Jiang Bu. They were all of high status and were perfect for feeding the two little things hanging by his ears. In fact, items that could survive in this world for a long time would not be of bad quality. But to a otherworldly demon, it was meaningless. It all depended on fate. He suddenly said, what about the immortal's slough? Why don't I give you my Daoist robe and let her wear it and use her sword? Chen Pinggan said indifferently, the dead are more important. After getting up, he leaned back and supported himself with one hand. He closed his eyes and made a sword gesture with his other hand. The white-haired boy kept his promise and did not set foot in the building. He just wandered around and kept changing into the demons that had died under Chen Pinggan's fist and sword. He only asked, do the dead have to be respected? So what if they are alive? Chen Pinggan opened his eyes. He pressed his two fingers together against the ground, so that his feet were slightly raised a little. The white-haired boy who had returned to his original appearance looked at him and smiled. You don't say what you think. You have been criticizing yourself. The strong and the world. Chen Pingan closed his eyes again and said, there is no fixed law. The otherworldly demon suddenly turned into a woman and smiled. Chen Pingan hesitated and opened his eyes. It was a face that could be mistaken for the real one. What one thought, what one saw. This was the terrifying part of the otherworldly demon. Chen Pingan closed his eyes and said, you will have to bear the consequences. The white-haired boy immediately shouted, Grandpa Hidden Official, if your future inner demon is this woman, what should we do? Chen Pingan smiled and said slowly, I hope so. The white-haired boy raised his hands and flicked the green snake beside his ear. The movement was light, but the sound was like a bell, echoing between heaven and earth. He asked, why don't we practice? Chen Pingan said in a low voice, stay away from me. The white-haired boy complained, you have reduced your seniority for nothing. Grandpa Hidden Official has made a loss in this deal. In the next moment, the otherworldly demon was silent and shrunk its neck. It turned out that Chen Qingdou had already grabbed its head and held it in his hand. The old man had used his sword will to suppress it. The otherworldly demon's face became distorted and its whole body melted like a candle. It was beyond recognition. It cried and begged for mercy. Chen Pingan flipped his body and stood still. Chen Qingdou threw the otherworldly demon far away and looked at Chen Pingan. He frowned and said, you can't carve out any of the key names of the great demons. Twisting Heart appeared on the steps again. Don't blame me. If I can carve it, I'll have to carve it on a dead person. Chen Pingan said helplessly, the bottleneck of a martial artist is not easy to break. Even the ask fist against the otherworldly demon was useless. What he lacked now was that mysterious and profound God intent. Otherwise, if it's just to temper my body, just bearing Senior Twisting Heart's sewing is enough for me to reach the far-wandering realm. Chen Qingdou said, where can I find a 10th realm martial artist with perfect divine chi for Grandpa Hidden Official? Chen Pingan said, don't ask me. Chen Qingdou laughed in anger. Twisting Heart's eyes were opened. Old Deaf, who had followed the commotion, was full of admiration. The otherworldly demon, who was curled up on the steps, felt that calling him Grandpa Hidden Official was not in vain. The result was that Grandpa Hidden Official was suppressed by the sword will. He first bent his waist, then knelt on the ground, and finally laid on the ground, unable to move. He almost turned into a pile of mud. Fortunately, Sword Immortal eldest brother was still quite loyal. He directly threw Chen Pingan into the lava furnace. After Chen Pingan disappeared, Chen Qingdou waved his hand, and Twisting Heart and the rest left at the same time. The old man stood in the pavilion and looked around. His gaze slowly swept across the 4 pavilion pillars. Chen Pingan rarely left the prison and went out to take a breather. The white-haired boy quickly appeared and urged the young hidden official to take a look at the place where the criminal official cultivated. He said that there were many treasures there and that they were all ownerless. It would be a waste if he didn't take a look. Under the guidance of the otherworldly demon, Chen Pingan came to the stream. He looked a little absent-minded, as if he was in his hometown and was going to pick up snake gall stones. However, he was missing a huge wicker basket. The white-haired boy was simply an informant who didn't do his job properly. He told Chen Pingan about the recent situation of the 2 pairs of master and servant in detail. He said that Yu was a little idiot and learned everything slowly. Compared to the 3 disciples that old Deaf had taken in, she couldn't be compared at all. He said that Du Shanin's aptitude for sword training wasn't bad and his luck was even better. It was a pity that he was a huge pervert. For such trash to be able to become the master of old Deaf and the criminal official, he was truly heartbroken for Grandpa Hidden Official. Chen Pingan suddenly stopped in his footsteps. Not far away, there was a woman who was making clothes and a young girl who was washing muslin. Chen Pingan focused his gaze and only felt that it was inconceivable. He had roamed the Jianghu and seen those little people who made incense sticks and incense burners their homes. He had even seen Kui Dongshan's insect silver, but he had never seen the 2 women in front of him. The white-haired boy exclaimed in admiration, Grandpa Hidden Official really has good eyesight, seeing through their true identities in an instant. They are the incarnations of the ancestors of the gold essence coin and Guyu coin. That Du Shanyin definitely couldn't do it. He only saw their charming faces, big breasts, and small waists. Yu Yu is even more pitiful. She didn't even dare to take a second look. Only Grandpa Hidden Official is a true hero. The woman who was making clothes raised her head and stroked the hair on her temples. She smiled at Chen Pinggan. The young girl who was washing muslin saw the young hidden official and placed a finger on her cheek. Chen Pinggan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. The white-haired boy stomped his feet and said, "Grandpa Hidden Official, sigh, how can they be worthy of your great greeting? It's too much for them." Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear to him and walked towards the thatched hut while thinking about money. There were 3 types of gold essence copper coins in Dali: spring coin, offering coin, and victory coin. Chen Pinggan was no stranger to it. After all, the first batch of mountains was bought with a few bags of gold essence copper coins. The 3 types of gold essence copper coins sold by the Dali dynasty to various celestial forces were rumored to be created by the Mo family with the help of the Song family. The 3 types of gold essence copper coins were of the best quality and were the best quality. Then, they were refined on a large scale. Even the carving mother coin used to make ordinary copper coins in the secular dynasty was the beloved item of many celestial masters on the mountain. It was a great treasure that the collectors would not hesitate to buy. Including the gold essence copper coins, the new coins issued by the imperial court, and the 3 types of celestial coins, above the carving mother coin, there was a type of ancestor coin. The ancestor coin of the snow coin was naturally kept by the Liu family of the Jade Peak continent. However, the whereabouts of the carving mother coin and the carving mother coin had never been confirmed. No one would have thought that the carving mother coin of the carving mother coin would be kept by the criminal official. There were sentient beings in the world. As long as they could transform into human form, no matter what their roots were, they would gain spiritual intelligence. It would be the creation of the Great Way. Then, they could be considered as a cultivator who could climb the mountain. There was nothing wrong with treating them with respect. The young Du Shanyin had nothing to do today. He stood under the grape trellis and looked at the 2 guests from afar. The white-haired boy was still fighting for justice for his hidden official grandfather. He walked side by side with Chen Pinggan and walked backwards. He pointed at the 2 girls who only knew how to make clothes and wash muslin every day. "Impudent, impudent, impudent, show yourself in front of others." The girl who was making clothes and the girl who was washing muslin were originally no different from rural beauties. However, after the words "show yourself in front of others" were spoken by the outer sky demon, a strange phenomenon occurred. Their skin turned golden and dark green respectively. Vaguely, words appeared. Especially the girl who was washing muslin's forehead, it was as if a small window had opened. It was probably because when she was born, her words were chopped and the knife marks were still there. However, they were oblivious to it and continued to make clothes and wash muslin. The white-haired boy said softly, "The ancestral coins in the world are like money. They are usually in pairs. If both of them become spirits and then become a couple, TSK TSK TSK, that would be a rare fortune. Money begets money. Hidden official grandfather, as long as you promise to bring me to the vast world, I will help you ask for them from the criminal official and the sword immortal. In the future, when I reach the vast world, I will not stop. I will open my eyes wide and help you find their Daoist companions. How about it?" Chen Pinggan said, "Nothing." The sword immortal criminal official was in the thatched cottage. Even if the hidden official came, he did not have the intention to open the door to receive guests. Chen Pinggan was here to relieve his boredom. He did not care about the criminal official's attitude. It was fine as long as he did not get hit by a sword beam. Du Shanyin bowed and said, "Greetings to Lord Hidden Official." Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "As you wish." Du Shanyin remembered something. He patted his head and went to take 2 bags of gold powder. He handed 1 bag over first. "Lord Hidden Official, please accept it." Chen Pinggan really accepted it. Du Shanyin handed over another bag of gold powder. "Lord Hidden Official, please tell me another story." The white-haired boy smiled playfully. Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and pressed on the tall boy's head. He said with a smile, even if you become the master of the criminal official in the future, don't do this kind of thing again. Du Shanyin raised his head. His expression was calm. May I ask why? Chen Pinggan did not say anything. He only brushed past the boy and moved to admire the 5-colored flower divine porcelain cups that were suspended in the air. The white-haired boy jumped up and patted the boy's shoulder. He said, "You have potential. Keep up the good work. This grandpa hidden official of mine is jealous of your great fortune. Getting carried away is a compliment to cultivators." Du Shanyin grinned. "You must be joking." The white-haired boy said in confusion, "Why aren't you afraid of me at all?" Du Shanin's mind moved slightly. A sword beam suddenly hovered above the boy's shoulder like a bird perched on a branch. Du Shanyin said, "Lord Hidden Official has given this to me." The white-haired boy immediately said, "Just because of this, I will call you Dad from now on." Du Shanyin had just smiled, but his expression suddenly froze. Chen Pinggan was currently looking up at the bottom of a flower divine porcelain cup. He said with a smile, "You can do your best to fan the flames." The white-haired boy laughed loudly. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked at the back of the tall boy. "Why don't you dare to draw your sword within your rules?" Du Shanyin turned his head and said with a smile, "In my eyes, you are all masters of the Tao. Playing around in the world is not excessive at all." Chen Pinggan dismissed it with a smile. He continued to look at the porcelain cup. The content of the poem was excellent. He accepted it with a smile. The white-haired boy asked, "Du Shanyin, Lord Hidden Official, has he ever told you that if you have the chance to travel the vast world after mastering the sword, you must kill all the flower thieves in the mountains? Did he give you a lot of immortal treasures that you don't even dare to think about? For example, is there that immortal book with the word immortal written on it? It's just that in your heart, you're regretting that he didn't give you those 2 aunts as well. Is that why it's a bit imperfect? It's fine. It just so happens that my grandpa hidden official doesn't have any thoughts about them. I'll help you beg for alms from the hidden official. No need to thank me. Sigh, forget it. Now that I've said this, your thoughts about them will be shallow. You'll always feel that they've already been discarded by Lord Hidden Official. In your heart, they're no longer as immortal. Otherwise, they'll be lower than Grandpa Hidden Official, right? Don't worry, this is human nature. There's no need to be embarrassed. If you want to reach the peak of the cultivation of the great Tao, you should be like this. Take what you see, discard what you don't like, crush what you hate, seize what you love." Du Shanyin was horrified. His expression became more and more unsightly. He could only remain silent. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still didn't say anything. If he gave too many opportunities, he wouldn't consider whether he could receive them or not. The person who gave them didn't want them, and the person who received them didn't want them either. However, Chen Pinggan thought about it again. Perhaps this kind of temperament was the true foundation of Du Shanin's great Tao. Who said that one's achievements were high or low? It was only the depth of one's thinking. Moreover, Alliance was right. What should he care about? What should he care about? What should he care about? The white-haired boy was rather happy. He had chattered so much, yet the hidden official in the thatched hut didn't say anything. This was a good sign. As expected of the hidden official who didn't care about anything. He was a completely different kind of person from Grandpa Hidden Official. He walked to Chen Pinggan's side and pointed at a white jade table outside the grape trellis. "Baby, it's a pity that the immortal book on the table already belongs to Du Shanyin. A bunch of little fellows have already been raised in the book. They definitely can't be compared to ordinary Du Shanyin. They're all very valuable." Chen Pinggan walked out of the grape trellis and went straight to the stone table. He casually flipped open a page of the book. The book was filled with the 2 characters of immortal in different handwriting. There were both cursive and regular script characters. The white-haired boy asked in a small voice, "You didn't even greet Du Shanyin before reading. Grandpa Hidden Official, this isn't like your style." Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear to him. He only flipped through the book and searched for traces of the Du Shanyin. The Du Shanyin in the book. Li Hui seemed to have it. It was just that he didn't know if it had become a spirit now. The white-haired boy muttered, "Grandpa Hidden Official definitely wouldn't go so far as to compete with a little idiot. Just why? Could it be that his state of mind has changed again? Or is he deliberately bluffing me to trick me into giving him the short sword?" Chen Pinggan flipped through the book but still couldn't find the so-called little fellows. He had to give up. According to the ancient book, there was an allusion to the 3 characters of Du Shanyin. When the Du Shanyin entered the book, its body would have 5 colors if it ate the characters of Du Shanyin for a long time. If one swallowed the Du Shanyin, one could become an immortal. At the very least, one could have a spring of ideas and a wonderful brushstroke. One was a general description of the literate's writing, while the other was passed down orally by the Qi cultivators on the mountain. However, even the cultivators on the mountain didn't understand the profound meaning of the characters of Du Shanyin. They only knew that the Du Shanin's predecessor was a kind of wall fish. It was only born in a scholarly family and hid in the brush pot, ink slab, or the shadow of a lamp. However, the literati at the foot of the mountain said with certainty that as long as the 2 characters of Du Shanyin were written in an expensive letter, cut it into pieces and put it into a bottle, there would be wall fish sneaking in. After eating up the shredded paper, there would be hope for it to grow into a Du Shanyin. The white-haired boy slapped on the white jade table. "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Believe it or not, I'll write the word wine on the book and make you little bastards drunk." Chen Pinggan took a closer look. It was just that between the 2 lines of Du Shanyin on the page, little guys the size of a fingernail kept appearing. They climbed over the wall from different pages, from high to low. They squatted between the pages sickly and looked at him and the white-haired boy pitifully. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Sorry to disturb you." Then he gently closed the book. The white-haired boy knelt on the stone bench and stretched out his hand to cover the book. He explained, "After the Du Shanyin becomes an immortal, it's the most fun. They can eat whatever is written in the book. There are also all kinds of changes. For example, if you write the poem about wine, they'll really sway in drunkenness. If you write the poem about young beauties first, then the poem about the resentment of women, their appearance in the book will really become that of a resentful woman in a boudoir." The white-haired boy casually flipped through the book. Probably because he had a lot of face, every time he turned a page, the little guys would rush over. Chen Pinggan thought for a while and asked, "What if I write about feces, urine, and farts?" The little guys were all stunned and speechless. They only felt that there was nothing left to live for. How could there be such a crazy person in the world? The white-haired boy gave a thumbs up and said loudly, "Grandpa Yin Guan's wonderful ideas are rare in the world. In the future, when you meet the founder of our family, you'll definitely be able to hug him and regret that you didn't meet him sooner. In the future, when you follow Grandpa Yin Guan to the central divine continent, you'll definitely have to go to Paper Bai's blessed land." Chen Pinggan sat on the stone bench. The white-haired boy no longer cared about the book and pointed to the stream that actually belonged to the water without a source. "This is an extremely rare fire in the water. It looks like real fire. Grandpa Yin Guan can use it to refine the last life item of the 5 elements. Chen Qing is not stingy, and the torture officer is even more generous. I can help move it to the pavilion." Chen Pinggan was indifferent. He stood up and said, "You're already an uninvited guest." When Chen Pinggan left, the white-haired boy had no choice but to follow. What was the point of hanging out with that Du Shanyin? It was better to follow Chen Pinggan and be pleasantly surprised. For example, today's visit. When faced with the thatched cottage, the young official didn't bow when he came and didn't say goodbye when he left. The white-haired boy followed beside Chen Pinggan. "Grandpa Yin Guan, today is a little different. Your heart is open and you're truly following your heart. You're relaxed and enlightened. It's worthy of celebration." Both parties walked on foot. Clearly, the young official wasn't in a hurry to return to the prison. Chen Pinggan smiled. "You want to use that stream to fulfill your wish. Why beat around the bush? Just say it." The white-haired boy asked, "Will it work if I say it directly?" Chen Pinggan said, "Of course not. Etiquette and rules were important." Whether it was the apprentice of the Dragon Kill or the youth of the Mud Bottle Alley, as long as they were trekking through mountains and rivers, they had to do what a person wearing straw sandals and holding a hatchet should do. The hidden official in charge, the wine seller, the pure martial artist of the Wen Quan, the sword cultivator who nurtured the sword. Different identities, different things to do and different things to say. In the end, they were still the same person. The white-haired boy complained, "My grandpa Yin Guan, no one bullies people like you." Then the childlike, otherworldly demon sighed. "Forget it, I'm not a person either." Chen Pingan said, "Whether you're a person or not depends more on your heart than your appearance." The white-haired boy snorted. "If a person has ulterior motives, he's still a person." Chen Pingan said, "If a bodhisattva has a heart, he's still a person." They walked to the corpse of an ancient demon. It was as wide as a mountain. "Let's go." Chen Pingan took a heavy step forward and suddenly punched. The corpse was rotten and couldn't be called tough anymore. Thus, a valley path was casually punched out. The white-haired boy clapped his hands and cheered. Chen Pingan glanced at the seemingly mischievous otherworldly demon and said slowly, "There's nothing new about the sad story of the fox demon. If you write books and sell them, it's hard to earn money." Traveling around, he had seen the fox fairy striking the bell and the female ghost scratching the door. One was disturbing while the other was frightening. He had also seen the sparrow listening to the Dharma on a tree branch and the old ghost riding a fox while singing Pan Shan. The white-haired boy said, "It's okay, I'll change it again." Then, he pretended to be enlightened. "I've forgotten her ending. There's nothing new about it." Chen Pingan suddenly said, "I've guessed your background." Looking up, it was as if he was looking at the Beko Keikyung building in another world. The white-haired boy sighed. "Together with the suppression of the Western Buddhist kingdom, does it count as a different kind of Yi Qi turning 3 pure ones?" However, Chen Pingan changed the topic and laughed to himself. Fallen literati are nothing more than acting, teaching, and selling literature. When the last reclusive official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he told stories on the streets, sold seals, and fan faces. Unfortunately, he didn't earn any money. The white-haired boy was dispirited. Chen Pingan rose from the ground and rushed into the clouds in his green robe. Then, he rode the wind and swam in the sea of clouds, his sleeves flapping loudly. In fact, other than sword kinesis, he could also ride the wind. However, he could only rely on pure vital energy to support himself and it was consumed very quickly. He summoned the 4 flying swords, number 1, number 15, Song Zhen, and Ku Lei, and hovered them in various places. Above the sea of clouds, he leaped and stepped on the flying swords every time. Just like that, he drifted around. The white-haired boy yawned as he watched. Chen Pingan kept the 4 flying swords and fell backward, falling straight to the ground. He was still in the mood to leisurely glance at the slender stream in the distance. "The water is in the sky. The sky is in the water." Chen Pingan's head hit the ground in the middle of the winter just like that. The white-haired boy above the sea of clouds was slightly surprised. He suddenly looked up and felt that the world had changed. After a while, the outer sky demon stood up and his aura changed completely. After receiving Chen Qingdo's decree, he finally showed the aura of an ascendant realm outer sky demon. He scooped up a handful of water from the sea of clouds, waved his sleeves and threw the clouds into the sky. There was a bright moon hanging in the sky, so on his palm, there was the water moon. He smashed the moon in the water with his palm. The world changed again. The white-haired boy's figure had already disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sea of clouds surged. Then, it was as if someone had casually created a huge hole in the clouds. Vaguely, an immortal with a blurry figure could be seen overlooking the earth. He laughed loudly and said, "Little Confucian, you overestimate yourself. Let me play with you." Then, a golden giant slowly stretched out a fist and sneered, "Do you dare to take this punch?" Chen Pingan had already stood on the ground and looked up. He spat and rolled up his sleeves, but then spread them out again. A white-robed young man was traveling far away. After standing side by side with the green-robed young man, he lamented, "It's really not fun to be in a cage for a long time." Chen Pingan smiled, Speak human language. The white-robed yin spirit waved his sleeves and looked very carefree. His eyes were burning and he laughed. Screw them. Let them kowtow to me. Very good. That's right. As expected of me, Chen Pinggan. The earth shook. A green-robed man went straight to the sea of clouds. Martial artists ask the heavens with their fists. Then, the white-robed yin spirit went straight up. The earth was his world. Countless flying swords went to the sea of clouds together. The swordsman asked the immortal on the sword cloud. Sword Chi was north of the Great Wall. Sword Chi was south of the Great Wall. There were streams of martial fate flowing wildly, covering the sky and the sun, as if they were looking for the person with the fists in the sky who had disappeared. "677. After receiving Chen Qingdo's permission, the otherworldly demon that seemed to be idle all day finally got rid of all the restraints and gained temporary freedom. It was able to unleash the true divine arts of the ascendant realm. Everything in the world flowed according to one's will, and it was almost comparable to the truth. Old Def also received Sword Celestial Boss's instructions to open the small world of the prison ruins and accept the martial arts fate from the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the wilderness. In an instant, the martial arts fate swarmed into the ancient battlefield ruins like flood dragons. Beside the stream, the disciplinary officer walked out of the thatched cottage and came to the stone table. He stretched out his hand to press down on the immortal book that reared the moth. The woman who was washing clothes and the girl who was washing muslin were still doing the same work. Du Shanyin stood under the grape trellis and looked at the scene through the gaps of the lush green leaves. He had a complicated expression. As the disciplinary officer pressed down on the book, the small world near the stream returned to silence and serenity. Old Def stood at the entrance of the prison and smiled while twirling his beard, being generous when the world is turned upside down. The youth who was brought here to admire the scene felt his heart sway, and he became even more respectful towards the young hidden official. Twisting Heart quietly appeared and said softly, "That otherworldly demon actually has such divine arts." Old Def laughed. "You can't really think that it's a little fellow that only knows how to play tricks, right? Its cultivation of the ascendant realm is just that it's suppressed by the great Tao here, which is why it seems a little showy. It's also afraid of Sword Celestial Boss. Otherwise, with your little realm and Tao heart, you would have long become its puppet. Even if the sewing technique involves quite a bit of the soul, it's still not as good as the otherworldly demon in the deepest part of the human heart." Twisting Heart asked, "It has always hoped to leave this place through Chen Pinggan." Old Def shook his head. "Chen Pinggan will definitely not let it leave the Forbidden Land. As long as Sword Celestial Boss isn't suppressing it, Chen Pinggan will be its best body. It's like being taken over by Immortal Dove, with its body and spirit changing owners. When the time comes, it just needs to wander around the wilderness and be free." Regarding this matter, both of them were well aware of it. The otherworldly demon was trying his best to get familiar with Chen Pinggan's way of thinking. Chen Pinggan, on the other hand, was sticking to his own heart and sharpening his Daoist heart. Usually, they seemed to have a harmonious relationship, talking and laughing. In fact, this battle of life and death was not much different from the battle of Qi cultivators. You might not know that the oaths made by the otherworldly demons make are the easiest and without any restrictions. Old Def had a playful look on his face. With Chen Pinggan's mental state and appearance as a foundation, perhaps a new sovereign great demon will soon appear in the wilderness. The great ancestor of Moon-Bearing Mountain will definitely be happy to see this happen. 2 hidden officials of Great Wall of Sword Chi have pledged their allegiance to the wilderness. This is the direction of the general trend. In front of Sword Celestial Boss, I also have to say something rebellious. I'm looking forward to this. A Chen Pinggan walking to the other extreme, still Chen Pinggan, but not completely Chen Pinggan. He will obtain the purest freedom and cultivate in the future for immortality. Twisting Heart, what do you think? Twisting Heart said, "I'm fine with it." Twisting Heart added, "If such a day really comes, I might choose to rely on that new Chen Pinggan and take root in the wilderness. I might even have a chance to break through." Old Def's fingers gently stroked his beard as he chuckled. the new Chen Pingan, twisting heart, and me, an ascendant realm. If the three of us work together in the wilderness and establish a sect, it will definitely be impressive and have great potential. Old Def then mocked himself. I can only dream of such a wonderful thing. The youth's heart trembled with fear as he listened. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying scene the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the unfamiliar vast world would have once that young hidden official pledged his allegiance to the demon race. In the depths of the youth's heart, he even felt that the consequences of Chen Pingan pledging his allegiance to the wilderness were even more severe than the previous hidden official Xiao Chuo betraying the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Twisting Heart asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that Sword Celestial Boss will hold you accountable for revealing your true self?" Old Def laughed and said, "I'm a demon to begin with, so when have I ever hidden my ferocious nature? Chen Pingan asked me what would happen if there were no taboos, and didn't I just say all who see it die?" Nian Xin looked at the magnificent scene on the other side of the sky screen and said, "This is not the momentum of a martial artist in the golden body state breaking through the realm. Even if Chen Pingan is the strongest, it still does not make sense." Old Def shook his head. "That's because you haven't seen Cao Ci before. He and Chen Pingan are of the same age. Back when Cao Ci returned to Inverted Hanging Mountain, he had just broken through when he passed through, causing a huge commotion in the two worlds. However, in the end, Cao Ci didn't even accept a single martial fate gift, implicating the 6 sword celestials of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had to use their swords to push back the martial fate, as well as 2 heavenly monarchs of Inverted Hanging Mountain. Old Def glanced at the sky. However, in terms of the martial path, Chen Pingan is getting closer and closer to Cao Ci. The rest of the martial artists in the world will probably only get further and further away from Cao Ci. This was an extremely high evaluation given to a junior by an Ascendant Realm expert. When Chen Pingan met Cao Ci for the first time in the city, they were 2 young martial artists of similar age. At that time, the world only knew of Cao Ci. Yu said carefully, "Senior Def, if he gets closer to Cao Ci, doesn't that mean that Lord Hidden Official is moving faster than Cao Ci?" Old Def nodded his head. "That's right." The white-robed yin spirit had already returned to his aperture. Chen Pingan, whose body and spirit had merged back together, fell heavily onto the ground. His knees bent, he lowered his head and gasped for breath. At this moment, the green-robed visitor, who had his head lowered and didn't say a word, felt that the world was huge and there was nowhere he couldn't go. No matter if you were a great sword celestial or an ascendant realm demon, as long as you were in front of me and were my enemy, I had 2 fists and a sword to fight you. The white-haired boy floated onto the ground and said, "I used all my strength to create such a huge scene. Grandpa Hidden Official, you must remember my kindness." This unworldly demon saw that the young man maintained his original posture, but he raised his eyes slightly. It retracted its smile and looked at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan slowly straightened his back, and his movements were slightly sluggish. He smiled. "There's nothing in the world that can't be discussed." It curled its lips and hugged the back of its head, "So there's nothing to discuss." Chen Pingan's shoulders tilted, and he stomped heavily on the ground to stabilize his body. His back trembled slightly, and blood seeped out from his arms and eyelids. Of course, the unworldly demon knew that this was due to his unstable state. Coupled with the sewing, it involved the pressure of the great Tao. The young hidden official's state was literally in a battle between heaven and man. Those with high states were closer to the heavens and could see further. Naturally, they had a deeper understanding of the orderliness of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The opportunity for Qi cultivators to enter the unpolished Jade realm was the unification of Tao. For celestials to break through to the Ascendant realm, the foundation of the great Tao was seriousness. Chen Pingan walked slowly towards the entrance of the prison. The unworldly demon's temperament was fickle. At this moment, it was already smiling mischievously at the side, saying that it was fortunate to be able to protect Grandpa Hidden Official's journey and form 2 incense sticks. Chen Pingan was multitasking. On one hand, he felt the many mysteries of the physique of the far travel state. On the other hand, he focused his mind into a mustard seed, patrolling the small world of the human body. After enduring the pain of sewing clothes from twisting core, and then using the fist theory taught by Li to verify and examine each other, Chen Pinggan dared to say that whether it was from the perspective of a martial artist, looking at the human body's landscape geography, or from the perspective of a qi cultivator, looking at the human body's paradise, they were far beyond ordinary people. As for the natal item of the 5 elements, he had already gathered 4 of them. He was only left with the last obstacle. He was missing the last item of the fire element. The stream mentioned by the unworldly demon was called the fire in the water. Chen Pinggan coveted it, but he was not tempted. What he coveted was that the stream was priceless. Anyone in the world who saw it would take a few more glances. He was not tempted because he did not want to take what others liked. Of course, this was a nicer way to put it. To put it bluntly, it meant that he did not have the confidence to deal with the criminal official. Chen Pinggan always felt that the senior sword deity, who was extremely experienced and had an extremely high level of cultivation, seemed to have a natural prejudice against him. That seemingly casual visit made Chen Pinggan even more certain that his intuition was correct. It was not that the Ning residents did not have any fire element items that could be used for refinement. Although the few treasured items in the Ning residence were not of high quality, it was more than enough to piece together the natal item of the 5 elements. For a qi cultivator of the lower 5 realms, not to mention a cultivator who was in a precarious situation and would refine whatever he had, even a first-rate direct descendant of the clan would find it difficult to have Chen Pinggan's current natal item arrangement. Moreover, Chen Pinggan had been tirelessly adding to his belongings to supplement the natal items of the 5 elements. For example, the green floor tiles from the Taoist temple at the peak of the mountain, the 5 thunders seal from Liz Hen, the imitation Baek Okekyung building pagoda, and the sword fairy banner. After Chen Pinggan refined the 5 thunders seal, he hung it on the door of the wooden house. It was used as an exorcism mirror in the marketplace. The pagoda and the banner were placed at the mountain temple. Even the original name Little Fengju, the 15 flying swords, and the 2 imitations of the sword fairy mountain were often played with by the little bald head. They were all kept in the scabbard. The 4 flying swords were connected head to tail, as if they were the strangest long sword in the world. However, Chen Pinggan did not add anything to the water residence that was first built. Back then, he took the lead to use the water character seal as his natal item to refine it above the sea of clouds in the old dragon city. The guardian was Fan Junmaro, who later became the lord of Mount Nan Yu. He successfully built the water residence. The boy in green helped to take care of the water transportation and anima. The murals on the wall and the paintings of the water deity were the finishing touches. The water deity on the wall was vivid and lifelike. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, as if they were real and flexible creatures. However, after several battles, Chen Pinggan's realm fluctuated and fell. He caused the water residence to dry up several times. The colorful paintings peeled off and the water pond dried up. This was a taboo in cultivation. The small pond under the water character seal had a water dragon entrenched in it. The water character seal's water vapor poured out like a waterfall. Therefore, the pond was similar to a dragon's cave. It was in line with the saying, "Water is not deep, but there is a dragon." The white-haired boy glanced at it and saw through Chen Pinggan's thoughts. He said casually, "A dragon's cave to raise a dragon has been the first choice since ancient times." The saint explained this word: the cave refers to the gathering of qi and the bottom refers to the stopping of qi. They both mean stagnant and not dissipating. Grandpa Yin Guan, the biggest problem with the dragon's cave in your water residence is that it occupies too little space. Why don't you deliberately expand the territory? It's not like you can't do it. Why do you have to draw a circle and imprison yourself? If it was me, I would let my good grandson take all the water pearls and throw them into the pond to tire those little people in the water residence to death. When the otherworldly demon said this, he put on a sorrowful expression and said pitifully, "The cave is a sign of sorrow. I am very worried for Grandpa Yin Guan." Chen Pinggan's footsteps were still heavy. He swayed from side to side and said, "I am closer to water. I am least worried about the water residence." The otherworldly demon shook his head and said, People who cultivate Dao are most particular about the level of the atmosphere in the elixir chamber. If there are no accidents, the water residence is very likely to be the place where Grandpa Yin Guan will form his aurous core in the future. However, to place a few pieces of junk. Oh no, a few lucky chances in the mountain temple, this is a loss. If it was me, I would not care. I would have refined all the magic treasures and piled them in the water residence. It is best to be prepared early. Forming the aurous core is the most important thing for a cultivator. The level of the aurous core formed will directly determine the level of the Qi cultivator's future achievements. Chen Ping'an's water residence, other than the water character seal that the otherworldly demon found troublesome and the group of green-clothed boys who would move away sooner or later, the rest of the scenery was natural. It was not bad, but in reality, it was not enough. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an obviously did not listen to his priceless advice. The otherworldly demon did not care. If Chen Ping'an really did so, it would be a small matter after all. It would not mean much. In the eyes of an ascendant state, the so-called god's favored son, amazing talent, and great fortune were all false. Unless the other party could also become an ascendant state cultivator one day, otherwise, in the eyes of an ascendant state cultivator who was already at the peak of the mountain, the so-called lucky chances on the mountain and all the fights were just a group of cats and dogs playing under the eaves. If they were happy, they would take a few more glances. If they were annoyed or noisy, they would kill them. The otherworldly demon had been observing Chen Ping'an for a long time. He really wanted to do a big business with this young man. Chen Ping'an's mind was like a mustard seed, traveling to the mountain temple. Looking up at the foot of the mountain, a mountain temple was built with the 5-colored soil of the new 5 mountains of Dali. The soil piled up into a mountain, and a small mountain temple was built on the top of the mountain. Later, Chen Ping'an also refined the true meaning of Taoism contained in the green bricks to strengthen the mountain. The white-haired boy asked curiously, "Grandpa Yin Guan, why don't you have much vision for the cultivation of Taoism? Don't you have any thoughts about immortality?" When Chen Ping'an was walking, he used the 6-step stance as the foundation, constantly changing the boxing posture, and adjusting the muscles and bones in the subtle parts to better adapt to the current body. After hearing the question, he replied, "The distance is too far, I can't see it clearly, and I can't imagine it." The white-haired boy said, "Oh, so you need a little light to guide the way. Unfortunately, I haven't found it yet. It seems that among the people who have achieved Taoism in the vast world, other than knowledge, fist techniques, and sword techniques, there isn't anyone who can truly make Grandpa Yin Guan yearn for them." Chen Ping'an didn't want to dwell on this question, so he changed the topic and asked, "That senior officer isn't a local sword cultivator, right?" The reason why he asked this question was that other than the lack of any records in the Summer Palace, there were actually many clues. There were the 12 colorful flower deity cups that hovered under the grape trellis, the divine immortal characters that were eaten by the moth fish, and the officer's request for Du Shanyin to learn sword techniques so that he could kill the flower thief on the mountain, as well as the clothes-tampering girl and the muslin girl that were condensed from the 2 ancestral coins of the gold essence copper coin and the Guyu coin. Even if the Great Wall of Sword Aura had elegant sword immortals like Sun Juyuan, they were still different from the officer who was shrouded in fog. The local sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Aura rarely had such concerns about the affairs of other places. Miu's type wasn't called concern, it was purely a type of person who liked to attract bees and butterflies, a small world amidst hundreds of flowers. He deserved a beating. The white-haired boy, who had a telepathic connection with Grandpa Hidden Official, immediately said, "He's indeed not a local here. His hometown was a low-class blessed land in the Liuxia continent. His aptitude was frighteningly good, so good that he could break through the barrier of heaven and earth with a single sword. In a low-class blessed land with extremely great restrictions, it was a remote and desolate place where it was difficult for cultivators to even enter the Immortals' cave realm. Yet, he was forcefully ascended to the vast world with the methods of a nascent soul sword cultivator. Who would have thought that this originally extremely hidden blessed land would attract the covetous eyes of various forces because of his appearance in the Liuxia continent? The blessed land was originally like a paradise, but in less than 100 years, it was filled with miasma and miasma, becoming a place for banished immortals to play and play. Everyone fought over it, but there wasn't a stable heavenly lord who could properly manage it. In the end, the entire blessed land was in a three-way chaotic battle between two sword immortals and an immortal realm chi cultivator. Their combined forces caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split open. Almost all the locals were killed, with less than a tenth of them remaining. At that time, the hidden official's realm was not enough, so he was unable to protect his hometown blessed land. Thus, he felt guilty to this day. It seems like the hidden official's family, descendants, and disciples were all unable to escape this calamity. Chen Pinggan sighed endlessly in his heart. His own Luo Po mountain possessed a blessed land with lotus roots. Chen Pinggan then frowned endlessly. Usually, the appearance of every low-class blessed land would attract waves of bloody winds. The current situation in the Fuyao continent was extremely chaotic. Other than the appearance of several immortal supreme treasures, there was also the ascension of a pure martial artist of the far travel realm. This caused a hidden blessed land that originally stood aloof from worldly affairs to be discovered by the cultivators on the mountain, causing the various immortal forces to fight over it. It was also a low-class blessed land, but due to the worship of martial arts since ancient times, there was an extremely large accumulation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Practically all the immortals of the Fuyao continent with the surname sects were unable to stay out of this matter, wanting to get a share of the profits. Furthermore, the Fuyao continent was the continent with the deepest connections between the top and bottom of the mountain. The immortal masters had their own schemes, and the secular monarchs also had their own ambitions, so a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Under the support of the cultivators, several great dynasties fought endlessly at close quarters. As a result, in these past few years, the flames of war continued unabated on the mountain and below the mountain, billowing with smoke. The white-haired boy said, "Do you want to make a deal?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Tell me about it." The white-haired boy spoke seriously for once, slowly saying, "Under Chen Qingju's witness, let me completely fuse with your yin spirit. I choose to sleep for 100 years. Within 100 years, as long as you ascend to the pure jade realm, you must return my freedom. In return, I will use the ascendant realm's natal primordial spirit as the source of your Taoism. For a cultivator of the middle 5 realms, it will definitely be inexhaustible. You will no longer have to worry about the amount of spiritual energy, and there will be absolutely no worries when fighting with others." At this point, the white-haired boy was in high spirits, increasingly feeling that this deal was mutually beneficial. He jumped up and said excitedly, "Not only will you ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future, without any accidents, with me around, it will be like acting as your guardian. Any inner demons will not be a problem. And before that, opening the cave, watching the sea, jumping through the dragon gate, forming the aurous core, and conceiving the nascent soul, I guarantee that you will be unstoppable. There is also an even faster shortcut to breaking through the realm, but it requires the use of a secret technique. You will first fall to the 3rd realm. I might be able to make you dream of ascending to the upper 5 realms overnight. You won't lose out in either choice, and there are no hidden dangers." Chen Pinggan said, "Forget it." The white-haired boy was a little anxious and said, "Even if you don't trust me, don't you trust Chen Qingju? The old man's vision is extremely high and accurate." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "As long as I have this idea and speak to the Great Sword Immortal, then whether you have a plan or not, the Great Sword Immortal will nod and agree." The white-haired boy beat his chest and stamped his feet and said, "How did I meet such a stubborn person like you? Why don't you take a gamble? If you lose, you will lose a little, but if you win, you will make a big profit. What are you afraid of? How can a cultivator not have a bit of courage? You have to be decisive in killing. Grandpa Hidden Official, you have really disappointed me this time, too much of a disappointment. You've completely chilled my warm heart." The external demon began to be unscrupulous again, but Chen Pinggan still said seriously, "The reason why I didn't promise you was not that I was afraid of taking risks, but that I didn't want to cheat the two of us, because this is against my heart. When the time comes for me to ascend to the upper 5 realms, the inner demon will change, and it is very likely to become you. Therefore, even if you call yourself the Door God, it is actually difficult for you to protect me. The white-haired boy understood the meaning of Chen Pingan's words and said doubtfully, "You mean to say that if we don't talk about the crux of the problem, and if you ascend to the Jade Realm, you will have a way to kill me?" "Grandpa Hidden Official, no matter how wise and powerful you are in my heart, you are still a little arrogant, aren't you?" Chen Pingan stopped and said with a smile, "You don't believe me? Why don't you try?" The white-haired boy was eager to give it a try, but he still stared fixedly at Chen Pingan's eyes. He was actually a little hesitant, but after thinking for a moment, he still chose to enter the world of Chen Pingan's heart lake. Let's try it. In the 4 journeys, in Chen Pingan's heart, he had seen all kinds of strange things. If he really saw a big strange thing, it would be an eye-opener, and he would just treat it as having some fun. After Chen Pingan transformed into the outer sky demon and entered the Heart Lake world, he took a deep breath, held his breath, and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He tried to shout. In an instant, the outer sky demon rolled out with a pale face. Not only did it fail, but it seemed that its realm was also somewhat damaged. The heroic spirit of the Ascendant realm that had previously recovered to its peak state had disappeared at this moment. The white-haired boy murmured, "Good plan, Grandpa Hidden Official, good plan, letting me be the messenger flying sword across 2 realms. In such a big great wall of sword aura, I am really the only one who can do this." Chen Pingan said, "Why don't you try again?" The white-haired boy sat on the ground and fell backward, waving his hands and kicking his feet, and howled, "I can't live like this. Grandpa Hidden Official bullies the honest people." Chen Pingan continued to move forward. This business that had been planned for a long time could really succeed. Otherwise, why would he allow a outer sky demon to enter his heart lake so many times? The white-haired boy stood up and followed behind the young hidden official. He still had lingering fears and was speechless. Previously, he went straight to Chen Pingan's heart lake excitedly, but the result was strange. It turned out to be a golden arch bridge. At first, he ran all the way happily, and then he saw the tall figure of a woman in white. She stood on the bridge railing, holding a sword with one hand, as if she was sleeping. After Chen Pingan whispered softly, the woman, who was supposed to be an illusory illusion, instantly woke up without warning. After a moment, she turned her head and looked at the outer sky demon, who suddenly stopped because he knew something was wrong. The white-haired boy dared to swear that he had never seen that kind of eyes in his 2 lives. He couldn't even see her face clearly. He could only see her golden eyes. She was condescending, without any emotions, as pure as the highest gods in the legends. She looked at an ascendant realm like an ant. Under the golden arch bridge where she stood, it seemed to be the once complete ancient human world. On the earth, there were countless creatures. Heaven and earth were different, and only the gods were immortal. With just a glance, the outer sky demon was knocked out of Chen Pingan's small world, causing an outer sky demon that was supposed to have an absolute limit to consume 100 years' worth of cultivation experience that an ascendant realm cultivator had painstakingly accumulated. When the outer sky demon was born, the realm would stagnate as the limit, neither increasing nor decreasing. After that, there were only 2 things, life and death. The white-haired boy complained, "Grandpa Hidden Official, is she and Chen Qing of the same generation? You should have said so earlier. With such a background, it's not enough for me to call you Grandpa. I should just call you Ancestor." Chen Pingan said, "I'm not anyone's reincarnation. You've misunderstood." The white-haired boy snorted. He could even deceive an outer sky demon. He was really a scholar. Near the entrance of the prison, Chen Pingan had roughly adapted to the huge difference between the physique of the golden body realm and the far-wandering realm, but his body was still bent and his breathing was not smooth. It was not fake. This was the after-effect of sewing clothes. The heavier his muscles and bones were, the tougher his physique was, and the heavier the great demon's real name that had been engraved on his body would be. This was still the key to the great demon's real name that had not been engraved. Chen Pingan couldn't imagine what the situation would be once the clothes were successfully sewn. Would he have to bend down and walk? Passing by the 5 cages that imprisoned the upper 5 realms demon race, Yun Qing stood at the sword light fence and congratulated him for breaking through. The great demon Qing Qiu only hid in the fog barrier. His gaze was cold as he stared at the young man with heavy footsteps. Among the other three big demons, the one who had not shown up before also showed up for the first time. The big demon was called Zhu Jie. He was sitting on a green landscape painting that had not been fully unrolled. If Qi cultivators looked at it carefully, they would find that this painting was very different from the ordinary paintings in the world. This painting was like a real blessed land. Not only were there undulating mountains, pavilions, and attics, there were also flowers and trees, birds and beasts. There were also magnificent scenes of stars hanging in the sky. The big demon who seemed to be entrenched in the sky said in a hoarse voice, "Little guy, you are so lucky." Chen Pingan stopped and just looked at the painting. There were records in the summer palace that this great demon could steal mountains and rivers with brush and ink. He had once been a pawn for the sovereign stage great demon, Huang Luan, for hundreds of years. He could draw on the battlefield and move mountains and rivers into the painting. When he closed the scroll, it was enough to squeeze and crush all the creatures in the painting. Qi cultivators with a great disparity in realm could directly draw his image and directly detain part of his soul into the painting. Therefore, in the wilderness, there were often demons who carried portraits of their enemies, including their enemies' names, birthdays, and the location of the ancestral hall. Then, they would find the painter and pay him to draw. Then, they would buy the portrait of the enemy's soul. The fourth great demon was a woman who was a sword cultivator in the Jade Raw realm. However, her life source flying sword was seriously damaged on the battlefield. Her alias was Meng Po. She was born as an extremely rare plant spirit, but she could study swordsmanship and had great killing power. She had once dominated a region in the wilderness and was the master of a sword sect. She and the great demon in the ascendant realm, Chongguang, were not lovers in name, but they were lovers in reality. The last demon in the upper 5 realms kept breaking through realms after being locked up in the prison. Now, his cultivation was in the immortal realm. According to Old Def, Chen Qingdu had once promised this demon that as long as he reached the ascendant realm, he could replace Old Def to manage the prison. The white-haired boy seemed to be even more worried than Chen Pingan. With a troubled expression, he said, "Even if old ancestor Yingguan is in the far travel realm, he doesn't seem to have any chance of winning against these 5. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Not at the moment." Walking down the stairs, there were many empty prisons along the way. There were 61 demons in the middle 5 realms. Excluding the 2 disciples that Old Def had his eyes on, there were still 5 left. They were all hard to deal with. Chen Pingan suddenly said, "Looks like he has to reach the middle 5 realms. Otherwise, walking with a limp is too serious. Not to mention the great demons of the upper 5 realms, he can't even kill those 5 nascent souls." The white-haired boy deeply agreed. Old ancestor Yingguan has to hurry. Chen Pingan sat down by the pavilion. The white-haired boy still followed the rules and only floated outside the building. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "That thought of hiding in my yin spirit, is it gone?" The white-haired boy said helplessly, "Although I treat people kindly, I'm not stupid." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment. For the first time, he took out all of his natal items and left his Qi residence. A water word seal, a small 5-colored mountain, a wooden idol, and a page of golden scripture. The 4 crucial natal items revolved around Chen Pingan and slowly flowed with different luster. A building shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding chaotic void. The white-haired boy floated to the stairs and asked, "What's the order?" Chen Pingan said, "The water word seal, the 5-colored mountain, the wooden idol of the Daoist, and the Buddhist scripture. However, I haven't been able to find a suitable spell technique. Moreover, refining the natal items of the 5 elements was originally to rebuild the longevity bridge. Therefore, after so many years of fighting, the path of spells has always been my weakness. However, Senior Twisting Heart suggested that I change the positions of a few of my natal items. For example, the 5 Thunder Dharmic seal can be moved to the center of my palm." The white-haired boy nodded and said, "Gathering the 5 thunders can absorb all spells. It's a good suggestion to have the creation of all spells in the palm. The key is that it can scare people. It's easier to hide the identity of a martial artist and a sword cultivator than your half-baked talisman. Chen Pinggan asked, other than the stream of the penal official, are there any other fire elemental items in this world that are suitable for refining? The white-haired boy nodded and said, yes. Furthermore, the quality is extremely high. The reason why I didn't mention it before is naturally because there's not much profit to be made. It's incomparable to that stream of mine. 3 extremely high grades in a row. Chen Pinggan fell into deep thought. He knew that it was the fire lava furnace. The white-haired boy had no interest in matters that did not benefit him. He began counting with his fingers. First, use the path of a talisman to show weakness to the enemy. When the situation is not good, use pine needle and cough thunder to pretend to be a sword cultivator. When you are seen through, you fly into a rage out of humiliation. Open up the distance and use a genuine 5 thunder dharmic seal. If the enemy is thick-skinned, close in on him and give him a few punches as a martial artist. If you can't beat him, use your sword immortal banner and use your numbers to scare him. Just as the enemy thinks that this is a trump card to escape, use your 1st and 15th flying swords to catch him off guard. If you can't beat him, use your sparrow in the caged and give him a few punches. If you can't beat him, use your moon in the well. Patriarch Ingguan, my fingers are no longer enough. Chen Pinggan clicked his tongue and said, you're really shameless. The white-haired boy smiled brightly and said, I've acknowledged a good ancestor. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,